Okay, welcome to the third hearing of the Portfolio Committee Number 6, Transport and the Arts, for the additional round of the inquiry into Budget Estimates 2024-25. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I am Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Aitchinson and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of roads regional transport. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you don't need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as Member of Parliament. Witnesses who appeared at the initial hearing before the committee during this inquiry also don't need to be sworn. So we have Mr Hayes, Ms Wise and Mr Hardwick who need to be sworn today. So let's begin with Mr Hayes. Where's Mr Hayes?
Good morning. Anthony Hayes, Transport for New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, Ms Wise.
Certainly, Ms Barbara Wise,
Thank you.
Acting Coordinator General at Transport for New South Wales. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the whole truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Hardwick.
Yes, thanks. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. So we will begin with questions from the opposition. Ms Overall.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, all. Minister, the Regional Road Fund, what's its purpose?
Thanks for that question, and it's nice to see you in the hearing. And I just also want to take a very quick second to thank the committee for their forbearance in having this hearing held later. That was very helpful to a lot of the communities that we worked with on the North Coast during the ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, and I do appreciate that. In relation to the Regional Roads Fund, it is a fund that was established in the election process in 2023, and it is designed to really complete a lot of projects that under the former government were half finished or unfinished or had been called out for years by communities. And so that was the main purpose of that fund.
And the total of that fund, Minister?
The total of the fund was $335 million.
How many projects are underway from the fund?
I'd have to ask Mr Fuller, I think, to do that one. Or actually, sorry? Mr Hayes. Oh, Mr Hayes, sorry. Sorry, it's been a bit of a change since we've been starting work on that. So, Mr Hayes, have you got those details?
I'll just pull them up now, Minister. Bear with me for a moment.
So, Minister, do you know how many are on the list in total?
Look, Ms Overall, I can probably find that for you, but not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so
Yep.
Mr Hayes, if you can look at the total number of projects and those that are currently underway from the fund. So, Minister, Do you know how much of the fund remains unallocated?
Yeah, it's approximately 97 million on that one at this stage.
And in relation to that 97 million, what's the process for how that remaining amount will be allocated?
Look, at this stage, that's still being worked out. The main focus for us has been to get on with the delivery. We know that some of those projects that were in the original fund won't have enough money to get them completed, and that's partly due to hyper escalation in costs, and so that's a concern for us. So that's one of the things that we're looking at, but we are still determining that, having those discussions through Cabinet.
So do you have a projected spend over 4 years?
Well, we will be hoping to spend that money that we've committed over the 4 years.
What projects is your government investing in for Western New South Wales?
We are doing quite a number of projects in Western...
As part of this Regional Roads Fund, I should qualify there, Minister.
I will look up exactly. The issue that and why this fund was established was really because a lot of the projects that had been done previously were not focused on anywhere in some of the regions of our state, and so it was really, there had been quite an investment in the Western region by the former government, having two regional transport and roads ministers in the Central West. There was quite a lot of money that went there. There was also projects like Silver City Highway, the resealing of the Cobb Highway. So it wasn't really about picking projects by area. It was really looking at those projects where communities had raised with us that they had not had the investment. I mean, if you look at some of the projects, like as in Monero, area I believe you used to represent for a short period of time, there were projects there that were cutting off communities. So things like the Reshes Creek Bridge at Queanbeyan and Palarang Council, Smiths Road at Snowy Monero, Cowbed Bridge at Snowy Monero, and quite a number of other roads to Tarago.
Indeed, and we'll get to many of those that you have just mentioned on that list. Do we have the list yet, Mr Hayes?
My apologies, I'd have to take that on notice. I've got the full list, but I don't have a breakdown of how the numbers of them.
Yeah, I've got that now. Sorry, I can get that for you. So I'll just start, will I? So
just the total number of projects to begin with.
Yeah,
I don't
sorry,
have the total.
I don't have the total. I'll count them up.
So I can tell you the total. It's 28.
Oh, great. Okay.
So
cool.
that's great. It's like call me the minister. So 28 of those projects, and I can confirm, Minister, that none of them are in Western New South Wales.
Yeah.
So the list of 28 projects.
Well, the Golden Highway, like the Merriwa upgrades, are around getting into the Western New South Wales into Central West, the Merriwa upgrades.
That's not on this list, I don't believe, Minister.
Oh, you mustn't have quite the right list. So
I'm pretty sure I have quite the right list.
Oh, $12 million for Golden Highway improvements. That was...
oh, no, my apologies, Upper Hunter.
Oh, sorry.
Upper Hunter, yes. So the upgrades on the Golden Highway is what you're referring to? Yeah, Upper Hunter.
Yeah, so that connects into Western New South Wales in an area where you've got a lot of renewable energy zones, where you've got a lot of big material going, where, it's very difficult getting over.
And we'll be getting to that
dividing.
yeah, absolutely. We'll be getting to that as well. If we could just focus on these 28.
Sorry, but just to clarify, so there are projects that are benefiting the western parts of the state. Maybe
well,
they're
Upper
not
Hunter,
located
that's debatable,
exactly
but thanks,
in that.
Minister. We've qualified that now. Let's move on. The list of the 28 projects. So at the moment, you can't tell me, Mr Hayes, you've taken on notice how many of them are currently underway. That's correct, thank you. Where did the list of these 28 projects come from, Minister?
So when I was in opposition, I was going around the state talking with communities, councils, mayors, holding roundtables and talking to local members and hearing what the concerns were, things that they weren't able to get funded or had been partially funded. So one of the examples of that is down in Turos Heads, where the Pacific Highway junction, for example, had been not upgraded on one side of it, and so the Progress Association there was very concerned about that. They were concerned about the safety risks, and so they wanted to see some changes there. Or, for example, in Upper Hunter with Dungog Council, they wanted, having no state roads, they wanted to have some extra funding. They really needed it because they'd had quite a lot of damage to their roads. There's others were like Kyogle, improving flood immunity at Clarence Way. Projects which the former government hadn't done. And I think the highlight standout for me was Cuttagee Bridge, which the former government had actually funded under Fixing Country Bridges, which was a program it wasn't actually eligible for, and then took the money away from the community, and they were left with a bridge that during a bushfire would have been, quite disastrous for them. So, and no pathway to getting that fixed.
Great, thanks for the history. Can you confirm that these 28 projects were election commitments?
Yes, I can. That's to my understanding.
Mm-hmm. So they were all election commitments?
My understanding is that, yes.
And the election commitments, this particular list of 28 projects, did the list come from the Premier's department?
I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Well, the finalised list of election commitments, did it come from the Premier's department?
Point of order has been taken, Mr Namber.
Chair, my point of order goes to relevance. I don't know that that's a question that falls within the purview of the terms of reference with respect to the estimates of expenditure from the Consolidated Fund.
To the point of order, Chair,
I'll hear them.
it will become apparent where this and why it is absolutely relevant.
Yeah, I don't need to hear any more, and I don't uphold the point of order. We generally have a very wide latitude for budget estimates. That's usually the situation. However, we do stop at a certain point, but you work within order, Ms Overall, so if you could continue, please.
Thank you, Chair. Did the list of 28 projects come from the Premier's department?
Well, no, that's not my understanding. My understanding was that they were election commitments that we
So election commitments that would have, through a process, I would imagine?
Yeah, through the PBO.
Through the PBO?
Yeah.
Okay. And was there an approval process for these projects?
What do you mean by that? There's an ERC process that happens within all parties in opposition and in...
So is that what you're saying, that they went through an ERC process?
Well, I'm not quite sure what approval you mean. Sorry, I just want to understand that, because I know Mr Farraway, when he was here, tried to prosecute this case before around the projects. Like, are you talking about in government, or are you talking about internal decisions of an opposition? Or I'm just not quite sure
You've
what
made
approval
election
you're talking about.
commitments, Minister, prior to an election.
Yeah.
And after having won that election, you have created a fund to pay for these election commitments. So what was the process involved going from an election commitment, identifying these election commitments, and then the process in order to fund them from the $334 million that you've created here? What's the process, Minister?
Well, it goes to Cabinet.
Goes to Cabinet. Okay, so it had gone to Cabinet.
As budget, and I don't really propose to, go through that process with you here in budget
I'm not
estimates.
asking you to do that, Minister. So you've said that it's gone to Cabinet. When did it go to Cabinet?
I'd have to take that one on notice, Ms Overall.
Okay, I'd like you to do that. Were there business cases required?
So again, this is something that your former colleague
I'm aware.
has asked questions. So those questions are on the record. So I would.
I'm asking you, Minister.
Well, he asked me too. I refer to the previous
I'm asking
answers.
you now.
So
were
I'm
there
saying
business cases required for these 28 projects?
There is a business case process which was outlined in previous budget estimates.
Could you outline
and I refer
it
you
for
to
us
those
now,
questions.
please?
Well, I can. I might get Mr Hayes to do that, though, I think. I'd hate to be non-specific about it.
I apologise, your question?
The question is, were business cases required for these 28 projects?
It's managed on a case-by-case basis. I would need to come back to you with whether there were any specific business cases put together for
That'd
them.
be great. I'd appreciate you doing that. Thank you. So the question is, Minister, were business cases submitted before the election at the time the commitments were made.
A point of order has been taken.
Chair, I've been listening intently and I recognise your earlier ruling that there's a very wide latitude given, but these questions seem to go to the period before the minister was a minister, and they're asking about processes when the minister was in opposition. I don't think they're covered by that resolution of the
Look,
House.
I think the Minister's able to respond any way she wishes, including taking things on notice. I think, with respect, we will be asking questions today of areas where when the Minister wasn't a Minister, if you think about roads, for example. So I won't uphold the point of order. Again, Ms Overall, if you could continue.
Thank you, Chair.
So I'll just give you, if you would like, Ms Overall, just that, INSW has an assurance process, and there is a certain threshold for some of those projects, and that depends on whether they meet that threshold or not.
Yep, and the threshold, I understand, is $10 million, so I'll be interested to hear which of them qualify and have had business cases prepared, and at what point as well, Mr Hayes. So, Minister, from the list of 28 projects announced, can you tell us how many Labor seats are benefiting?
So it depends on when you take that time frame from. So if you take them at the time that information was gathered and about those projects and when they were announced, I think you'll find they're actually, I have to remember back to this, or I haven't been asked about for so long now, but I think it was majority were in coalition seats, and then after the election, obviously with the change of government, that was no longer the case, but I will get you the numbers on notice for sure.
And the really important phrase that you've used there, Minister, is when they were announced. So when were these announced?
Prior to the election.
Prior to the election. And at that point, there was not a fund that had been created in order to pay for these election commitments, was there?
Because we weren't in government.
Correct.
Yeah.
You weren't in government.
No.
So essentially, you have announced projects before an election to be paid for from a fund that didn't even exist, and then after you got into government, you created this fund in order to cover, so a taxpayer-funded election commitment fund. Is that not correct?
Ms Overall, I understand that you were not in the Parliament for the first period of this term, but I mean, that is something that oppositions do. It's something that governments do, is they announce projects in an election and then hopefully they build them, which is what our government is seeking to do. Sometimes, like your government, they didn't build them, and we are trying to build those ones as well.
Isn't good governance about good process, Minister? And this sounds like there is no process whatsoever.
Well, that's not correct, Ms Overall, because there is a process, and there was a process when we were
of
in
making
opposition.
election commitments
Yes,
prior
there
to an
was.
election,
Certainly
and
there
then
was, and it
determining
was-
how you were going to pay for them after you were elected. That's the process, is it?
Well, these were all put through the Parliamentary Budget Office. They were
Before the election, Minister?
Absolutely.
Right, so it was all signed off before the election. All of these 28 projects.
That is my understanding. If there's one in particular that you are pointing to that you would like to...
I'm looking at all 28 of them, Minister. Okay,
Well-
so you're saying that these were costed prior to the election, not subsequently.
That is my understanding.
Okay. Okay, so if we can go back to the question of your suggestion that, and in fact, Minister Honig on the 25th of September 2024 answered on your behalf that more than half of the projects that got funding were in coalition-held seats when they were announced. So again, that's not an entirely accurate statement, is it?
No,
I apologise.
said.
I withdraw that when they were announced, but subsequently this list doesn't reflect what Minister Honig said on September 2024. Can you tell us how many on that list of 28 projects are in Labor-held seats?
I I will take some time and look at that.
Okay, well, again, I can let you know, because obviously you know that I have the list. It shows that 87% of these projects are in Labor seats. And in fact, you keep referring to Monero, and when I held the seat, 9 of 28 of them are in Monero alone, or 32% of all of those projects in a seat that Labor targeted very heavily.
But that, like, you're actually arguing against your own case.
No, I'm
there.
not,
Yes,
Minister.
you are. With respect, Ms. Overall.
With
because
respect.
Point of order.
It was.
Point of order has been taken by Mr Namber. Let's hear it.
Just courtesy to the witness, the
Yeah.
Minister is trying to answer the question and there's just this
Yeah,
constant
thank you.
interjection
This time
over
I
the top.
will uphold
Thank
a
you,
point
Chair.
of order. That is correct. The Minister hadn't got, I think, 2 words out. So if we could just
Certainly,
allow
Chair.
the Minister to respond.
Sure.
Go ahead, Minister, if you're about to answer.
Well, I reject the premise of this question because at the time those election commitments were made, which was before the election, the majority of those seats were coalition, but it wasn't determined on that. It was by talking to communities that were very left out in terms of funding that they required to do significant works on their projects in their communities. Now, the election changed. You go into an election, you don't know which seats are going to change. You don't. In our show, I don't know what it is in your party. Well, I do know what it is in your party because that's been quite clearly articulated in a number of different inquiries by this Parliament and by others that there were determinations based on seat. This was determined on the basis of communities that had not had proper investment. They had grants that were given to them but then taken away later because they would never fit the eligibility of the programs.
Minister,
That's the kind of show
23
that
of
your
28
government,
projects
when
that
you
are
were in government,
held
was
by Labor,
holding on to.
And I will also qualify, there's only 1 for independently held Lake Macquarie, 1 for Liberal held Goulburn, and 3 for currently held National seat, the Upper Hunter. And of those 2 coalition seats, Goulburn and Upper Hunter, they were also heavily targeted by Labor at the 2023 election. So when you say that you were going around talking to communities, you were also going around talking to communities, attempting to win those seats at the election, were you not?
No, Miss Overall.
You weren't trying to win those
Miss
seats.
Overall,
Sorry,
I
point of
totally
order.
reject the premise that
Point
you're
of order's
putting
been
there.
taken.
Chair,
Sure. Sorry, but I think I know what you're about to say. However, I do think realistically we do allow a little bit of healthy banter and response. So I'm not going to be super pedantic about interruptions, which I think that may have been. So continue, Ms. Overall. I think it was
Thank you.
your call.
Thank you, Chair. So of those seats, so only 5 of these 28 projects have gone to seats that are not held by Labor, Minister.
Ms. Overall, if you look at
5 of 28.
you are making the premise and the assertion that these were only targeting seats that were winnable. That is completely incorrect. If you look at all of the seats that were there were some seats that were not marginal at all, where there was no hope potentially of them ever changing. The fact that some of those ones were marginal and didn't change, it wasn't the way. You look at one of the projects, for example, Melville Ford Bridge, providing funding so that bridge will actually be flood-proof in a future flood event. These were projects that had been ignored by your government for 12 years. They covered a variety of seats on a variety of margins. They were in need. And if you talk to anyone in regional New South Wales, you will know that I have been one of the most travelled members of the government, and in opposition certainly the most. And so of course I listened to communities and I asked them for their challenges, and where we saw that there was an opportunity to assist them, we did. Now, I'm sorry if that was, some of these projects were in your former electorate and you are not happy that money was being spent to address them. Well, potentially, perhaps your government should have made commitments to do those issues as well, and maybe the future will change.
Minister, because we're now into crossbench time, I'll interrupt you with that one. Minister, regional trains, when does Transport for New South Wales now expect the first new regional train to enter service, and on which regional and interstate lines is it going to be?
Yeah, so thanks for that question. I know it's it's something that we've been trying to pull out of the fire from the former government. I will defer to Ms Drover on that particular question to give you more detail.
Thank you. So we have 3 of the regional rail fleet here in New South Wales. We expect up to another 6 to arrive in 2025. I'm hoping the next train arrives in May, so next month. We did start the dynamic testing of the train towards the back end of February this year. That was after we received...
With the dynamic testing, what do you mean by that?
So as I mentioned at budget estimates before,
Yes,
the trains
it
are
is.
here. We now need to dynamically test them. So they go through a range of static testing where they're not moving, and then dynamic.
This is what you said last budget estimates as well, though, Ms Drover. Is that correct?
That's right. So we're still in that process. We
Can I
started
just
that.
jump in because you did you just say they're going to start the testing, or you're testing them?
No, the dynamic testing started on the 25th of February this year. That involves initially them running across the Sydney electrified network, and then after that they'll go out further across New South Wales and eventually up to Brisbane and down to Melbourne and out to Broken Hill,
Eventually,
etc.
that sounds like a long way
It is
into the future.
It is a long and
Long
complex
way.
process because you may remember it's a bi-mode train, so we need to test them both on the electrified network and also on the non-electrified, where they run under diesel power.
Yes.
We need to make sure, given this is the first train of this type in New South Wales, it needs to go through very, very thorough testing processes. It is normal as we go through that process that
What's a timetable for testing? Because this was, I think, floated and discussed at the last budget estimates. So if the testing has started in February, how long does that need to test for, and how many times a day or a week is it tested? Is there, does Transport for New South Wales say, okay, you've got 6 weeks or 8 weeks, we need to stick to this time frame? It just seems like it's just constantly stretched out, and constant delays and constant excuses for not getting these trains on the track.
So as with any fleet, it takes many months, and particularly
Years, I think this is taking.
Well, the testing process, dynamic testing, only started in February this year. But it does take many months because, as I said, this train is going across a very long network, across great distances of geography. It's got that bi-mode capability, but the testing will be a function of what we actually find. So as we test, there will be issues identified. They may require adjustment. They require fixes in some instances, but we're not going to hurry the process.
No,
we need to ensure the train is safe, and ultimately we need to meet national rail safety law and get ONSA accreditation for this train.
Okay,
And
so
that's
this
why
is
we'll-
one train, is that correct? That's
We-
being
we-
tested
we
out of
do
the 29.
this for the first train. Yes, that's the first train that's commenced this process.
Does every single train have to go through the testing, or does this train do the testing of the network for... Do you think this one train is going to be the longest in terms of testing, this first one?
Yes, it's usually the first train that has the longest testing process, but there'll be different tests applied to all the fleet when they come in. So there's a provisional testing process for every train.
Have you got the time frame for the testing, Ms Drover? If it started in February this year, when can you expect that testing to be complete? Say everything goes pretty well and nothing is, no alarm bells are raised in terms of that testing. Best case scenario.
Look, we do have a target program, but of course it is a function of what we observe and how the train performs. And we're
What
not
is
going to
that
accelerate
target?
that
I mean,
process.
the reason I'm pushing this is obviously the community has been waiting for these 29 new trains that were announced many years ago, and every time that questions are asked, it's kind of testing, modifications, testing. Is there any sense? I think I started with the question, when can New South Wales now expect the first new regional train to enter service? Do we have any likelihood of it being in the second half of this year?
Look, I'm not willing to budget estimates commit publicly to a date because it will be a function of that testing process. We, of course, want to get that train into service as soon as we can. We do think it will be a massive step change for the community of New South Wales and interstate, but we cannot compromise that testing process. But I can convey to you that it is going to be many, many months. It's not a matter of weeks.
Okay, I'll delve a little bit more detail into that later. So with the 29 new trains, what's the expectation for New South Wales to receive all of those 29 new trains from the Spanish manufacturer CAF? Is that on track?
All the trains are being manufactured by CAF in Spain, and they will all be arriving at their full fleet of 29. And
what is the time frame for that? Is there a staggered time frame? I
There
assume
is.
there's a staggered time
Yes.
frame. So what's the what does the contract say with them firstly in terms of when they should all arrive?
So as I said, we've already got 3 in country, and we're expecting up to 6 in 2025, and then the balance of the fleet will come after that.
An additional 6 in 2025. What's the estimate from the when we receive the trains with the testing and then getting those trains on the tracks? What's the expectation there in terms of a time frame?
It can take many, many months, but it will be a function, as I said, of the dynamic testing of that first train, because once we've done that process thoroughly for what we call LRO2, so it's long regional second train, then that will flow onto the balance of the fleet.
Because Infrastructure New South Wales, I think, previously estimated when, in terms of a delay in all of this, that it could be as late as December 2025 this year, before the first train enters service. By this conversation today, it sounds like even that late December 2025 can't be guaranteed by the government.
That's right, because we need to go through that dynamic testing process. Look, I do acknowledge there has been significant delays to this fleet of train. I don't think we've ever backed away from that. The detailed design for this train happened to coincide with the start of COVID in 2020.
Yeah.
And of course, the manufacture was in Spain, and Spain was one of the most heavily hit by COVID in those early years of 2020, or early months. So we're not shying away from the fact that this fleet has had issues. But we are pleased now that the fleet is starting to arrive, and we're putting it through its paces across the network.
So that's dynamic testing potentially for another kind of 10 months or 11 months or so. What about the upgrades to the tracks and station infrastructure? Is that, again, I keep saying everything on track, but that's the language, isn't it? Is that all on track as well?
Yes, that's proceeding well. So we've got adjustments to the physical network and some stations right across New South Wales. Eventually there'll be adjustments made up in Queensland and also at Spencer Street Station in Melbourne. So that work is all being scoped, programmed and being delivered at the moment.
What's the track and station upgrade? What's the infrastructure required to be upgraded to enable the new trains to be able to run on interstate and regional routes? What exactly are those upgrades?
Look, it depends on the location. So, for example, the fuelling location on this train is different from the existing fleet. So where that fuelling point occurs may need to be relocated for.
Is there a plan as well then for that to, for example, let's say the first train, late 2025, let's stick with December 2025 just to be an optimist. Let's do that. The station and infrastructure upgrades, track upgrades, also, do they have a plan for completion by the end of 2025?
So we've matched the rollout and the completion of those enabling works in alignment with our target program for the rollout of the train. So there's a number of things that are happening in parallel.
Is that public, those
no,
deadlines?
No, it's not public, no. So we've got the maintenance facility complete, and that's where the trains are stabled, except the train that's here in Sydney that's part of the dynamic testing program. We've got infrastructure works happening right across the network, and then we've got that testing process. There's also some...
I wonder, Minister, just sorry, I've got 15 seconds left. I'll just turn to the Minister quickly, whether you could see to table as much as you possibly can in relation to that timetable of the track and station infrastructure upgrades, as well as the potential expected deadlines for those trains to be on the tracks, because it's very opaque and the community is really wanting, especially obviously regional New South Wales, wanting to know when they're getting their new trains that were promised years ago.
Look, just to be clear, the Minister for Transport is the Minister in charge of procurement, so I would have to have that discussion with him about releasing that information and what's appropriate in the public domain, but obviously we'll try to be as open as we can. Do understand the frustration. These trains were first promised in 2015 and not one landed under those opposites, so very difficult, and we have been working hard. I do take this opportunity to congratulate Ms Drover for her enormous work and energy to get this to the stage it is now. It was a very difficult thing and it continues to be.
Thank you, Minister. Go to questions from Mr Benaziat now.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, have you been briefed on the recent SO52 facility in tunnelling projects across Sydney?
I haven't been briefed specifically on the SO52, but I've been briefed basically on the issues that are in there, like the general issue. Sorry, 2 weeks in the Sydney space, but I've had some.
All right. So as part of that briefing, were you aware of the number of unroadworthy and unsafe vehicles being used by contractors and subcontractors doing this work historically?
Look, I would refer that question on because obviously I know there have been some cases of silicosis. I know that there has been attempts to ensure proper health safety in terms of equipment offered to workers, and I know it is a really big concern. For our government, we have worked on silicosis issue relentlessly and have made significant changes to legislation in New South Wales and things like your bench tops, etc. And obviously tunnels, is another part. But I think that one would be best to probably refer to Ms Drover in terms of particular issues. But I understand there's a safe work investigation as well, so I wouldn't want to be preempting that.
But some of these cross into, I guess, a transport space, because we're looking at the roadworthiness of vehicles, and to give some examples, like having vehicles with doors that don't shut, having rags being used in places of a fuel cap. Like if that car was driving down a main street, they'd be stopped, but they're on a Transport for New South Wales job site and nothing is being done about it.
Since it's been brought to our attention, we are working on that, but obviously we're taking a very methodical approach to fixing, this issue, and that's why we've got the task force going through that work now. But I think.
So, through you, Minister, to Ms Drover, what systems have you put in place to ensure that all site vehicles are actually registered and roadworthy and compliant with New South Wales road rules?
Can I just qualify or just clarify a few things? Are we talking about crystalline silica?
That was the SO52, but within those documents we picked up reports of vehicles that wouldn't meet the roadworthiness standards to actually be on the road, and they're working on major infrastructure road projects. And obviously if you don't have working doors, that's obviously going to increase the risk of silica dust exposure because you can't shut the doors and you can't keep that dust out. So that's obviously where it's come from, but it raises a more broader issue of unsafe, unroadworthy vehicles being used by contractors and subcontractors on New South Wales government jobs.
Look, I'm happy to take that issue away because it hasn't been raised with me previously. I just can say that we do welcome the establishment of the new expert task force on crystalline silica, but also to mention there are a number of controls in place for tunnelling projects. There's obviously the ventilation systems within the tunnel. There's dust suppression systems that occur right at the cutting face of the rock. There's obviously the equipment itself, whether it's a tunnel boring machine or a road header. Those machines, particularly the road headers, are enclosed and sealed with positive pressure to keep out dust, and we have installed some new measures, particularly on the Western Harbour Tunnel project, to support that. But your point about non-excavation type vehicles, light vehicles in tunnels with inappropriate compliance and safety features, happy to take that away. I haven't heard of this issue before. It hasn't been raised with me, but we can see what we can do in that regard.
Can we just pick up on what you were speaking about, Ms. Drover, about increased safety around this work? If you've read the documents, it reads like a third world work site. People not wearing PPE, surveyors coming in before the dust has actually settled to do their work because they're under this belief that there is some sort of time pressure that they have to get in and do it. So they've been exposed. Continual breaches by the contractors in terms of safe work. And I know safe work is not your department, Minister, but at what point, as the agency running this project or managing these projects, do you step in and say the contractors and subcontractors aren't working to the standards that we expect? They're exposing their workers continually. At some point, Transport New South Wales has to have a role in bringing the contractors in line.
I would say to that, look, we do take a zero tolerance approach to this. As I said, our government's been very strongly committed on this area of dust diseases, and I know the minister, the relevant minister in terms of safe work, has said, and the Premier, that they need to be more proactive as safe work and a tougher cop on the beat when it comes to policing. I don't resile from the fact that if we have contractors on our sites, and that's anywhere across the state, on any project, they should be complying with work health safety obligations. And, you know, that is something that we are very concerned with. As Ms. Drover said, we would be interested in hearing more and happy to follow up those documents and to look at.
You just need to look at the documents. It's all it's all there. Some of it's historical, to be fair, Minister, going back to the previous government, but there clearly is a laissez-faire work culture going on in these tunnelling projects. Yeah,
and certainly, Mr. Banasiak, I am very concerned whenever I hear of anything like that, and we do ask the department to keep the contractors to account on those issues, because I think we want, I know that we want everyone who is working to come home safe at night, and that is, and in this particular case, it's such an insidious disease. So we are really working that. We've got the task force. We are working to get a silica worker registered to track at-risk workers, to get the testing, to identify them and intervene early, to get them protected. But penalties for non-compliance have been increased. And in fact, we've introduced industrial manslaughter laws with 20-year terms. So we do take this very seriously, and I know that it is a conversation we've been having within the department about what we can do better.
Yes. So just picking up on some of what you said there, have any of the RCS exceedances that have been occurring in road-related projects, are they directly reported to your department? Does the department see them, or is it a case of they just go to safe work and there's no communication with your department about RCS exceedances in these projects?
Yeah, we are aware if there are exceedances. The ones I'm aware of for last year occurred as a result of incorrect wearing of PPE by personnel. So that's obviously of concern because that's readily addressable. So yes, we are aware.
And how often do you become aware? Like, how often do you receive these? Is it just done on an annual basis, a quarterly basis?
I will need to check exactly how regularly we receive them, but I do know that on our sites the contractors often post the results up on their boards so that the workforce can see the results, so it's transparent. They're on the sort of notice boards on sites. Is my
I'm more
knowledge.
interested about when the department sees it. It's all well and good to put it on a notice board in a tunnel where the workers can see it, but if the department's not been made aware of it, then the department's blind to an issue.
Yeah. Look, I suspect it's with our monthly reporting for the project, but I don't want to mislead the inquiry, so I'll take that away and confirm that for you.
I mean, so you are willing to take action against contractors who repeatedly are involved in these RCS breaches, particularly not awarding them further projects or further government contracts if they continue to flout the rules around RCS?
Look, certainly in terms of contract determination or appraisal, whatever you want to call it, tender assessments, those issues are taken into account, obviously, and then in terms of the contract, it is clauses, warrants that contractors have to sign up to say they are compliant. So certainly that is something where we will look at action. It's appropriate. It depends obviously on what safe work investigations will find, etc. But we want to make sure that we are doing the right thing by our workforce and extended workforce from there.
Got questions from the opposition, Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Minister. Welcome to the officials from the department. Minister, I know in your opening you spoke about obviously the issues with ex-tropical cyclone Alfred in the north of the state. Is the fact that Mr Fuller's job title has changed since his last appearance at Budget Estimates an indication that the resilience of the regional transport areas in particular need to be addressed?
Look, there's been a restructure in transport over the last couple of years, and that so some of it is really around having one transport for all of New South Wales. I'm really pleased with the decision of the Premier to create one roads portfolio, because I think it is a network, it does connect. It's not like rail where there's closed systems which don't necessarily interact with each other in the same way. So that's predominantly the first part of that, but just in terms of the total resilience is an issue, we know that, and obviously with the huge amount of damage that we've experienced on the road network since just 2020, in those 5 years, it has been a major focus for Transport in assisting and supporting councils across the state and communities to get back on track, and that's part of that approach to really ensure that a lot of the projects that have been left languishing since 2020, 2021, 2022, that they actually did get the attention that they deserved and needed.
So do you think it's fair to say then that this government's removing the dual focus, one on being metropolitan areas, the other one being on regional areas, and effectively is just looking at it as a one broad system for roads?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that actually, Mr. Fang. I think part of the problem I think we've had in regional New South Wales has been there is not one regional New South Wales. Like, I lived in Walker, you live in Wagga Wagga, I've lived in Maitland. They are very different. You go out to Baroran or to Burke, so regional, rural, remote, the ARIA areas of remoteness, they all have different challenges and different concerns. And I think with a straight regional metro split, it was kind of like, if you like, a binary system that didn't actually speak to those really strong needs or severe needs, I guess, in some of those more remote areas. Yeah. And then there were things in the metro area that didn't flow out. And if using that example of disaster relief, during the ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, I was in the centre at Macquarie Park, which Transport runs, which has some really amazing data points that it can use to look at predictive weather patterns, etc., working with SES.
Yep.
And that material directly related and directly available for everyone in the state who's working in those regional areas.
Yep.
And when I go out to places like I met with the workforce at Ballina and Grafton, they don't care who really is, turning wheels in Macquarie Street or in Elizabeth Street for that matter,
Yep.
but the fact that they have that more direct, immediate access.
Yep.
And the other thing is when you had multiple regions having situations like, natural disasters, to have a team that can go and can use the learnings from one area and apply them to another, I
Yep.
think has been really valuable. And that's the feedback certainly we've been getting from the people on the ground.
So, Minister, as Deputy Secretary with Resilience in his title, Mr. Fuller, were you on the ground, I guess, awaiting the arrival of ex-tropical cyclone Alfred?
I was on the ground immediately after. So we were coordinating from centrally with other government agencies right across.
And that's at the Macquarie
in
Park site you were speaking about, Minister?
Well, there was a variety of sites. So
Okay.
there's the SMIC, that's one of the sites I went to, which is the State Maritime Incident Control
Yes.
Centre, and then the Macquarie Park facility, and then also the statewide Emergency Operations Centre. So I went to all of those sites. I'm sure Mr. Fuller, if he wasn't there, he was being teamed in.
So, Mr. Fuller, when were you? When did you arrive up in the northern part of New South Wales?
I arrived in the northern part of New South Wales following the estimates hearing on the Tuesday immediately after, and was up there Tuesday evening and spent the rest of the week up there with the Minister.
So Tuesday, that would have been the. I haven't got my calendar, but about the 11th, 12th, something like that. Would that be
I
reasonable?
have to check the date, but
That's okay.
it was in the immediacy after. It obviously crossed landfall on the Saturday. In the immediate pre-time frame, myself, members of the Transport Executive, our functional leads were involved in a lot of preparation and setup.
Yep.
We were attending. I myself was attending daily meetings
I'm
with
going to come
all
to
of the
some of
local
those,
members.
I'm going to come to some of those questions, Ms. Fuller. So what I might do, I'll just keep moving and then we'll come to those
Sure.
arrangements that were made. Could I just ask, of the attendees that are at this estimates today, who was on the ground up in the Northern Rivers area on the 6th or 7th of March? Was there anybody?
None of the transport representatives present were on the ground. We had our representatives there throughout the different divisions.
And is that because Minister Jihad Dib was actually on the ground up there and he had, in effect, lead control as the Minister for Emergency Services to control and delegate all of the government responses, and along with the Premier, who was also up there at the time?
While obviously we were aware that the Premier and Minister Dib were there, that wasn't fundamental to the decisions of who from this team was on the ground. We had the responsible senior leaders from Transport who know that region and work out of there, whether it be across Maritime, the Roads and Maintenance and Resilience Division, or other areas of the organisation.
I'm just going to table this document if I could, and I'll keep a copy for myself. I'll give a copy to my colleague. There's 10 copies here, so there should be enough for, if we could pass one to each of the members and to the Minister. Minister, how well do you know David Elliott?
I was a colleague, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did he make arrangements for you to attend an event early last month?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. When were those arrangements made?
The actual arrangements made
Yes.
for the event, I don't know, sometime previously to that.
Okay.
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Do you remember what date that event was?
Yeah, I do, 6th of March.
Okay.
And it was a luncheon, and I did go to it, and I
Yep.
get where you're going with this, but
Well,
all of
I
us
haven't
were
asked
getting
anything yet.
briefings here and in Sydney and remotely, and during the budget estimates hearing that was scheduled to take place, we would have been, all of these, predominantly most of them, were working with councils, responding to people like your colleague, the member for Clarence, around drain clearing in the Clarence area, etc.
Minister,
And so
you've just
I made it
told
very
me-
clear to Mr. Elliott that I would not cancel that, but I would go and do, I think it was a 15 to 20 minute presentation,
Yep.
not stay for the lunch, then go back and do the work that I was doing. And in fact, if I look at that day, I can find that for you, where I was that day, I can give you,
Well, Minister, I haven't asked any questions about that. What I
No,
might do is just
'cause it
continue
doesn't
my
suit the narrative.
questions. I might just continue my questions in
Yeah,
relation
right.
to this.
Yeah, sure.
Minister, you've just indicated in answers to my questions previously that you were, I guess, relying on the responsible leads that were on the ground up in that area. They were providing the coordination, they were providing any advanced works that needed to be done ahead of this. You would have been aware, Minister, that we obviously thought that the budget estimates should have gone ahead at the time, and it was crucial that questions were asked of you at that time, and you indicated that there was important work that needed to be done on the ground, which is why you and your department bureaucrats could not attend budget estimates. Yet now we discover that not one of your people applied, actually was on the ground, and Minister, you were at a luncheon.
Mr. Fang, so to answer your earlier question, my understanding is that I responded to that invitation on the 22nd of January. I had always intended to attend after I was in the hearing.
Mm-hmm.
That made no relevance whatsoever to my attendance at this hearing or whatever,
Minister,
other than to cut it short in the sense that I only spent that period of time here in the Parliament for that short period.
Minister,
but
if you can
in the
attend a
rest of
lunch,
that
how is it
day,
you
in
cannot attend
so
budget
you're
estimates?
going to talk over me, or we don't do that anymore?
Well, no,
Just
I mean,
I answer the questions, or you ask them? No.
Well, no, what
We don't do
you're,
that.
You're providing irrelevant information. I'm seeking to understand.
Well, no, sorry, you asked me very
how-
specifically when I responded to that invitation,
Yes,
and I've
and
told you
yes,
that.
you
And
told
I've
me it was in
also tried to
January
explain to you
2023.
that the premise on which that request was made to the committee was because a number of the people who were called as witnesses to this hearing on the 6th of May were required not to be on the ground in the middle of a cyclone, but to be doing their jobs, which were coordinating as a central agency for transport and roads related aspects,
But
to
Minister,
ensure
you've
the
just said that
preparation
you relied
was
on
in
the
place.
people that were on the ground for
The-
those arrangements.
Pardon?
You've said that you've relied on the people that were on the ground, the senior management teams that were on the ground up in the Northern Rivers for that coordination. Nobody
that's
here
not
was
correct.
actually on the ground.
No, Mr.
for
Fang,
coordination.
sorry, just to clarify, you asked who of this team was on the ground. This team was not directly required on the ground at that time, and in fact, I would have had a concern as Secretary for additional people to be flying into an emergency zone, particularly given the warnings that were made. What the transport team did over the course of those days, including the day that was scheduled for parliamentary estimates, was to set up our emergency management routines and schedules that meant we were constantly in contact with the operations, with the Reconstruction Authority, with the State Emergency Service, and with the other government departments we needed to operate that as a departmental responsibility. That also ensured getting all of the maritime resources stationed at Coffs, Ballina and Tweed, and making sure that they were being protected. And also, as Mr. Fuller reported during that period, we had to make the decision where road crews couldn't any longer go out and do tree clearing or road clearing. We had to make that call, even though it meant roads would close faster. We couldn't have people out there as the cyclone bore down.
So, Mr. Fuller, it was important enough for you to be, I guess, away from the budget estimates hearing on the 6th, but you didn't actually, you were unable to travel up to the Northern Rivers until after the other road minister, John Graham's budget estimates, because you had to attend that one. Is that correct?
The choice was taken to travel up afterwards because, as the Secretary said, so basically in terms of emergency response, the SES is the combat agency, and they are charged with response. They undertake coordination on behalf of government.
Which is
We
exactly
fit
the point
into-
we made when we said that the estimates hearing on the 6th should have gone ahead. Now, Minister, you were able to attend a luncheon on the same day here in Parliament, yet you were unable to attend estimates.
Mr.
Do
Fang,
you
I was
now regret?
going to
I think
go
he's
on to
talking
say
to-
that there was a series of other responsibilities borne by Transport to fit in and within the lead of the SES, including our own executive incident management team setups, across cross-divisional functions that we had to set up and coordinate to ensure, as the Secretary said, our staff were available, present, attending to the cyclone, but also at the same time safe. And we had business continuity planning we had to undertake. We had depots that were at risk of deluge of water. Myself, my executive team, other members of this team spent many, many hours from, I would say, probably the Monday prior to that scheduled estimates hearing, working long into the night with local government, with SES. I was attending daily meetings that were led by the SES with all councils, with all local members in the Northern Rivers, helping them prepare, helping them establish what would be required in terms of recovery. And then when it moved from response to recovery, that was the appropriate time that Transport was represented on the ground by senior management, as with the Minister. And we moved into that phase of the operation in helping those communities attend to the cyclone.
Thank you for that answer. I'll move on to a different topic now. Mr. Fuller, you've obviously had a change in your job title, and the Minister's indicated that the government has taken the view that they'll look at the road network as one whole network, and I guess change the focus away from having two separate ministers with the separate responsibilities. Can I ask, have you, as part of the restructure that's occurring, you're undertaking consultations at the moment, is that correct?
That's correct,
staff?
yes. I'm undertaking consultations across our 5 branches within the Road Maintenance and Resilience Division for effectively leadership structures that exist under my executive directors,
Yep.
with the exception of one branch, which is the area that manages the Greater Sydney network,
Yep.
and they've actually gone to consultation on their full branch right through.
Okay. Do you, or does the government set diversity targets in relation to how you recruit into roles, both, at the bottom of the structure all the way to the top?
We have a range of diversity targets that we have in terms of that have been long held within government organisations that we've worked very closely with the Public Service Commission on.
What are those targets, Mr. Fuller?
I'd have to take it on notice, the
Minister,
exact
do you know
targets.
what the targets are?
I'd have to take that on notice. I think that, yeah.
What
I can
areas
give
do
I
you
can
look
give
at?
you some broad. So in essence, in terms of our female leadership, we're certainly working towards having equality across our leadership teams of 50% representation.
Yep.
One of the things that I'm very proud of in our division is we have a significant Aboriginal representation of almost 5%.
Yep.
So we're acknowledging that we certainly want to do more to increase that. But in terms of, and there are also disability targets set by the Public Service Commission.
Okay.
That's been a long-held position of the public sector.
So, Minister, is it fair to say that you've got those 3 areas that you target in relation to diversity? You've got, I guess, gender, you've got ethnicity, Aboriginality is probably a better way to frame that, and then disability. Are they the 3 areas that you target for diversion, inclusion in the workforce?
I would assume there's also cultural and linguistic diversity in there as well, but yeah.
Okay.
And obviously we, look at regional people as well, and
So
trying
there,
to encourage
and that's
regional.
exactly where I was going. So is there a regional target for positions in the current restructure? Do you have a target to ensure that there's regional representation on the whole scale of the leadership and workforce matrix?
Look, Transport is one of the most regional departments because we do have a footprint everywhere right across the state. I know this is something that your party has been trying to sort of create fear and division around, and which I find
We're not creating
interesting.
the fear and division, we're just reflecting it from your workforce, Minister.
Well, don't tend to agree on that one.
No.
But anyway, be that as it may, I'm not sure that there's a specific target as such, but I'll refer to the Secretary who is in charge of staffing under the
Mr. Murray?
GSC Act.
We don't have a specific regional diversity target in terms of the geography of someone's residence or their workplace. However, one of the overarching plans of the changes to the structure has been to ensure that regional New South Wales is better represented by not just having one, and I think we spoke about this at the last estimates, not just having one regional division where it was felt that if you need something for regional New South Wales, you just go to that division, but ensuring that all the leadership team have responsibility and have an eye to the whole of the state.
You would agree though, Mr. Murray, wouldn't you, that in order for that to occur, instead of having a division that's focused on regional, then if you're in saying that regional New South Wales needs to have better representation across transport, you need to ensure that you've got regional people throughout transport. That's the only way that you're going to achieve that goal. Is that correct?
Absolutely, and
But you say there's no target to do that.
well, we've not established a target based on, as I say, the geography or the postcode of where someone lives.
So how will you achieve it?
We certainly monitor the number of people that we have in regional New South Wales, and my last advice on this, and I'd be happy to take it on notice and double check, but was that our regional New South Wales numbers, while we're obviously looking to manage the size of the overall organisation, it was our regional New South Wales footprint that was growing, whereas the metropolitan was not.
I've got 30 seconds left, so I'm just going to squeeze this last question in. Could you take on notice, because I imagine you'll have to take on notice, and if you're able to provide it by the end of the day, I'd really appreciate it. But if you could break down where the roles are across, I'll say, the leadership positions within transport from when you came into government to now, as to how many positions are based in regional areas from when you came into government, and then where we are now, so I can see whether the numbers have increased or decreased. And obviously you've got efficiency dividends that you need to meet, and there's obviously a commitment that the senior workforce, that the leadership team will reduce. I'm just keen to see the ratio of the difference in the reduction between metropolitan-based staff and regionally based staff.
Thank you. Yeah, as you're aware, we have changed transport structure from 10 divisions down to 7. I'm happy to give you the breakdown of the executive population.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Minister, do you know what the latest estimated total cost of the new regional train project that we've been talking about this morning, what the latest cost is?
Again, that's a procurement issue. I would refer to Ms Drover on that
Ms
one.
Drover, what's the latest estimate on that?
So there's been no change to the regional rail budget since it was reset
To 2.29 billion?
2.29 billion, yes.
Okay, and what, in terms of the modifications to the trains, do you have an estimated or a completion date in terms of when those modifications will be complete?
I think you're referring to the intercity fleet.
This is the regional fleet. Has there been modifications requested, I think, by the RTBU?
There were some discussions with the RTBU about some modifications to the train, yes. Those modifications have not been implemented.
Okay, so that request has been rejected in terms of what the RTBU was requesting?
No, it hasn't been rejected. Those discussions continue. We're looking at the design, so how they may be implemented.
What are the modifications that have been sought?
I need to take on notice there's a few of them. Some of them.
Could you give me an example of a couple? If you're saying there's a few?
Yes, there are a number. I'll take that on notice, and some of them are quite technical in nature, so we might bring that back if that's okay.
Okay, maybe we can continue the discussion this afternoon. Just in terms of the CAF production facilities in Spain and the making sure that all the trains, we get all those trains. So I understand that officials have visited the manufacturing production facilities in Spain. Has that happened recently this last since July?
I need to check. Yes, people are going regularly. We've got representatives of Transport for New South Wales based in Spain. That's obviously efficient. But from time to time, for specialist testing activities, we do send personnel across. They tend to be specialist engineers, and generally they're observing a particular test that is occurring in Spain.
So the testing in Spain. When was the most recent trip to that, and how many people went on it?
I only take the exact dates on notice. Often we send 2 individuals to observe, but I can give you details of when the last trip was.
Okay, that would be good if it could come back today. That would be great. And also, so in relation to the dispute with CAF over the design changes that I think we've been talking about here, has the government reached an agreement yet in relation to that dispute? Is that all finalised, or is you still in discussions with CAF?
Okay, we haven't finalised all those matters. So we did have a without prejudice commercial process that was running. We are still in discussions. There's a number of parties, obviously, given it's a PPP. There's discussions with the project company and then their subcontractors, which include CAF. In parallel to that without prejudice commercial process, in the background we also have the arbitration process running as well. That preparation for that arbitration process is occurring, but the matter has not been heard in the courts yet, and other than preliminary sort of hearings.
Right, and are there delays while this, the lack of an agreement or dispute resolution has been reached with CAF? Does that mean that there are delays to the ongoing production, manufacturing of those trains in Spain?
So we're treating the matters independently. So one is the commercial resolution of the claims put by Momentum Trains. So that process is running, but independent of that, the trains continue to be manufactured, shipped to Australia. They have some final fit-out works done here locally in New South Wales, and then that testing process commences. So we've kept those 2 processes independent. We have made some progress in the commercial discussions, but I'm not at liberty to obviously discuss that in this forum.
With that $2.29 billion, is that expected to be spent over the forward estimates?
It is to close out the whole project, so there may be some monies that go beyond the forward estimates. I need to look at the exact cash flow for the project to confirm my answer.
And so, in terms of the public getting the full 29 in New South Wales, it's not therefore certain that we will actually receive that, say, over the next 3 to 4 years?
Oh, look, with any project, whether it's a fleet project or an infrastructure project, when you put trains into service or you open a road to traffic, there are still other works that continue past the sort of opening date, if you like. That's very normal. There's also contingency that is cash flowed at the end of a project as well. So that wouldn't be unusual for monies to be cash flow beyond the forwards for a project of that complexity and scale.
So, Minister, as the Minister for Regional Transport, I have asked a lot of questions, obviously, as Ms Drover in terms of the detail, but the policy and commitment and promise to the people of New South Wales, what are you expecting to see and expecting to be able to deliver in terms of these trains? Are you, say, wanting a certain amount on track before the next election? What are you committing to?
Look, as Ms Drover has stated, it's a very complicated project. It's one that, the former government failed to land anything in 8 years in terms of a train on track. we are working to get that ahead as much as possible. But one thing I don't want to do is to be making commitments about timeframes or what that looks like in the end. We've understand the concerns of regional New South Wales people who want to have those trains. That's why we're doing the refurbishment of the XPT trains to improve their reliability, but also their amenity for passengers, so that they have a more comfortable experience. And that's why we're taking one of the services out from, I think it's to Grafton, Sydney to Grafton, so that we can cycle those existing XPTs through that refurbishment process. We've also done some consultations with TrainLink to look at what services we could provide for rail coach services. So that's the long distance coach services, and we're doing that consultation, I think, up until probably the end of February, I'd say, or 14th. I can't remember the exact date off the top of my head. So we are trying to improve the services for our train commuters, but I'm really focused on making sure we deliver what we can now, and the procurement, obviously, we're having conversations and we'll do our best on that to expedite it.
Is there any, do you think, go slow in terms of budgetary constraints?
No, I don't. No,
No?
That's not my understanding. No.
So in terms of the budget for the next, from your department putting in a budget bid, surely it's your preference that we spend as much as we possibly can in order to hasten the delivery of those trains. Is that your approach?
My approach is really that to let the procurement people get on with it and get it done as quickly as possible, and whatever they see in, and Ms. Drover's been working on this for some time. I'm not in a position to advise her of what needs to happen in terms of budget bids or whatever.
How often do you get an update on the situation?
Formally, probably every couple of months, but I'll probably get something in between that. We do talk about it when there's things that have changed, or there are significant events with testing or facility, whatever the thing is.
Every couple of months doesn't sound like it's kind of urgent
or
a priority.
I think it's important to say that I'm not the lead minister on this, and dragging bureaucrats in to brief me when it's not my area of delivery. I would rather that she's spending that, or any of the public servants are spending that time actually negotiating, doing the really complex and technical work that Ms. Drover is doing. And again, I congratulate her for her determined doggedness in getting this project to where it is now, because it really has not been easy. And, she knows that I would like to get those trains out as soon as possible on the network. And she shares, Ms. Drover shares that, I'm sure, from the conversations we've had, as does Minister Graham and did Minister Halen before her.
Okay, thank you. I've got 3 seconds. I'll go to the... what time do we have to... Yes, Mr Venanziak.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just stick with silica for a few minutes, Minister. Given the high levels of RCS recorded at some of these work sites, what assurances can you provide to surrounding road users and pedestrians that they weren't exposed to airborne silica dust during these phases of construction?
Look, I think I would have to refer that to Ms. Drover, just in the sense that I'm not an expert on silica. I would not be giving those. It would not be appropriate for me. I don't know that she may be able to do that either. But obviously there's been investigations by Safe Work, and they are working on that. And obviously the site would be being examined for those issues. But I'll refer to Ms. Drover on that.
Ms. Drover, can you give any assurances that pedestrians and nearby road users weren't exposed during this tunnelling and areas where there was open cut roadwork zones?
If I can just confirm that our principal contractors have a legal obligation to meet the Health and Safety Act. So it is absolutely their obligation to ensure that. We do provide a level of oversight. For example,
if you look at the documents, Ms. Drover, they're failing in their legal obligations. And to be frank, they're treating the Safe Work infringement notices as a cost of doing business. If they're ever getting a fine, in general, if you look at the documents, Safe Work says, we may fine you, we may fine you. Like it's it's pretty poor what's going on under the ground.
Yeah, look, we do share your concern. I mean, there's no point delivering this project if workers are being harmed in any way. That is our primary consideration. So if there's things that we can do better in this field, we are. In the recent years, we've had a number of workshops initiated by Transport for New South Wales with our tunnelling contractors to see what additional measures or new innovation we can apply. Some of that innovation is being applied at the Western Harbour Tunnel project. For example, they're trialling a remote road header, so that means that workers don't need to be at the cutting face where the silica is generated, and that they can control the road header. The pilot it's 30 metres away, but eventually the control of that road header could actually occur from on the surface, outside the tunnel. So that's some of the technology that's currently being trialling. There is, it sounds rudimentary, but it actually is very effective, a boot wash. So before workers get in the cab of their road header, they wash their boots, so therefore the dust doesn't get into that cab. So there's a lot of focus on this. We do appreciate that this is a significant issue, and it's an emerging issue. But we are absolutely committed to providing the safest environment for the workforce. There has been a lot of attention on tunnelling projects, and I think there perhaps could be more attention on other areas of works that generate silica, not just in tunnelling.
I'm sure we'll eventually get there.
Yeah,
as you said,
I can
it's an
share
emerging
that
issue.
in the tunnelling space, we've also moved to different types of technology. So historically, the face masks were the standard, but now on our tunnelling projects, the contractors offer what we call a VersaFlow apparatus, which is custom fitted for workers. It provides a higher level of protection. It also allows workers to maintain their beard or facial hair, which is often
Just
a
picking
concern.
up on the remote header technology. Are you aware that some of the road headers that they've been using have actually been open cab?
No, I'm not aware. In my experience, I've never seen a open cab road header.
Well, the documents indicate that some of the headers that have been used have actually been open headers. Minister, does that concern you?
Look, it concerns me when any worker is placed at risk. Obviously, to the specific situation, that is something that I'm happy to take on, your advice if you want to give me some more information specifically, and there's something that we can specifically do. But I think the point is here that we have setting up those the task force. We have been very clear with Safe Work. They need to be proactive and a tough cop on the beat. I've given you a commitment that we want to be, and we are being more vigilant on this issue, and we are looking at ways to reduce in all applications. So there's a number of initiatives there. For me, the people that have already suffered as a result of this, each one of them, it's too many, and we need to do better, and we don't want that happening on our watch. And obviously, we're doing everything we can to address that.
Are we doing post-construction air quality assessments on completed projects just to see whether there is still residual silica dust?
So,
And whether those reports are public?
yeah, so for tunnelling projects, we do air quality monitoring before construction. There is monitoring done during construction, and then there is post-construction air quality monitoring. Those results are published publicly.
Okay, thank you. Minister, I might just jump to Sheehan Bridge. You made an announcement around contributing $4 million out of a total funding envelope of $20 million for some work being done there. Is that for the whole works, or is that just for the planning?
Yeah, I think that one is for the planning, because we're doing obviously it's a very key bridge.
Yep.
And it's a $20 million jointly funded, so it's on the 80-20.
Yep.
And basically the contract that we awarded back in the end of January was for the concept design for the bridge's upgrade or replacement. So it has been, the current bridge was built in about 1977, so pretty old. Sorry?
Just ignore.
Sorry?
Just ignore it.
Okay, sorry. And so when the loading was increased from 68 to 85 tonnes in 2020 on the northbound bridge, that was for safety of motorists. The high productivity vehicles still have to use a permit to travel on the New South Wales section. So it is challenging for us, and obviously, you know, it's one of the oldest and busiest highways in New South Wales. So we are trying to ensure it can meet the challenges of 21st century freight.
Yeah, sure. What criteria and evaluation processes were employed to select the contract for concept design, development and environmental assessment?
Look, I'd refer you to Ms Drover on that.
Ms Drover?
Sorry, what was the question?
So what criteria and evaluation processes were employed to select the winning contractor for the concept design, development and environmental assessment?
We would usually run an open tender. So the specification...
Was that the case in this one? You said usually, so...
I wouldn't see why we wouldn't. I
Okay.
can double check that and confirm. But usually it would be an open tender. Consultants would submit their pricing along with their capability, experience, availability of staff, etc. And their program.
And as part of that process, would you look at their successful or unsuccessful delivery of projects?
Well, if it's a concept design, it will be a consultant tendering for that work, not the construction contractor that will therefore come later and build the project.
Okay.
And just the reason I was distracted, I understand that the in relation to the silica issue, that may have been Safe Works standing order, which is why I'm not familiar with it.
No, that's fine.
So just to clarify, that's
sure. Minister, just according to your media release, WSP Australia has been selected to provide that concept design. Would I be correct in saying that WSP Australia is the holding company for WSP Structures, who were the structural engineering firm contracted to the Opal Tower building in Homebush, which infamously had cracking and needed mass evacuation of 51 units? Is that the same company?
I don't know, I can't tell you that, so I would have to refer to the department, or they'd have to take it on notice.
Does anyone within the department know whether this is the same company that built the Opal Tower is potentially going to be designing a heavy vehicle bridge?
Look, I don't know that for certain. Obviously, I'm not across the Opal Tower procurement and issues, but it would make sense that they are related entities. We can take that on notice and confirm.
Minister, would that concern you if that's the case, that we've got a company that clearly failed quite dramatically in the Opal Tower development, is now potentially designing a piece of road infrastructure? I wouldn't trust them to build my backyard shed.
Well, Mr Banasiak, I would hate to comment on that, not knowing the relationship for sure, and even...
I'm happy for you to take it on notice and then provide some comments back as to whether you're comfortable.
Yeah, I really... There is, between that event and now, there can be a number of changes within company personnel or directors or relationships, and to be frank, I would not be in... I don't think it would be appropriate to be running commentary on that, given that I would have to investigate all of the details of of both companies to this point, and to then make comment, and I just don't think that's an appropriate use. I'm happy to take on notice to give you that information, but yeah, I don't think that's appropriate for me to make that commentary.
Okay, well, 2 minutes for the opposition. Ms Overall.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, our only dedicated regional train service provider, New South Wales Trains, is being axed. 100 people are going to lose their jobs, all to fund the pay rise for Sydney train drivers. What's your comment about that?
I reject the premise of your question.
On what basis?
On a number of bases. It's part of a negotiation between the union and Transport, which is not facilitated. I'm not in a position to comment on that. I'm not in those negotiations, firstly. And then it has been a scare campaign run by your leader, if he still is your leader today, about...
I don't think there's any need for the asides, Minister.
Sorry?
I don't think there's any need for the asides.
Oh,
Order.
right, okay.
Point of order.
Thanks.
Yeah, sorry, we need to treat witnesses with respect at all times.
So a scare campaign running around saying that jobs are going to be lost out of the regions, which is not necessarily the case, even if that does progress. So
you can
guaranteeing-
commit. You can commit and guarantee that those 100 jobs won't be lost, Minister.
I am saying to you very clearly, it was a topic of discussion in union negotiations. I'm happy to let the Secretary make more comment on that, but no, I'm not going to be dragged into scare campaigns. I mean, it was your leader that was also putting out media releases when we were actually putting out to consultation to increase Trainlink coach services.
Can you tell us, Minister, how many people will lose their jobs?
I'm sorry, I'm just giving you the
And
example
I have 30 seconds
but I'm still
left,
giving you
Minister.
the example of
Can
the
you
failure of
tell
your
us how
your
many
leader
people will
to
lose
be
their
clear
jobs?
and to run scare campaigns to say we were going to cut rail coach services when the whole intention of that consultation was
Why
to
don't
increase
you want to
them.
answer the question,
And
Minister?
So you can't
Why
say,
don't you want to
Minister.
answer how many jobs will be cut?
Mr. Fang, as I've said to you, that is a negotiation between the union
So
and
the union gets to decide how
Transport.
many jobs are cut in
No,
regional New
that's
South
not
Wales.
correct.
That's
That
what you
is
just
not
answered.
correct, and you know that.
Thank you,
That's what you
Minister. I
just
think
answered.
you've answered it. We'll go to 2 minutes, Mr. Benazia.
Sure, Minister. What's the anticipated timeline for the Sheehan Bridge design phase?
The design, hang on, I'll just see if I've got that with me. Do you want to ask me something else while you're doing that? While I'm looking?
Well, my next question is kind of related. What are the expected what are the expected key milestones?
Yeah, sorry. Expected preferred option will be identified for public display in mid-2026. So that's when we're looking at doing that.
Okay.
And then, obviously it goes through the rest of the processes.
Right. Okay. So mid-2026, it go through a process of public consultation, and then what's your, I guess, best estimate in terms of when it would enter into a construction phase if it requires construction?
Look, I don't have that time frame. This is one project that I'm particularly concerned that it had got to this stage before we got to government, and that, as I said, one of the oldest and busiest highways in Australia, and major connection between Sydney and Melbourne. It should have been looked at well before now. Unfortunately, it wasn't. We're doing everything we can to expedite that, and that's why we've, started on this concept design and environmental assessment to really get this work underway.
Okay. Is there going to be a local component involved in the planning construction phases?
Look, certainly we will try to do that. We always do try to have local procurement throughout our projects, but yeah.
Even in the planning phase, do you plan to have some local involvement in that, or is it just more construction that you're going to be?
Look, across transport, I think and across government, there is a desire to get more local procurement at all stages of procurement. It's not always possible in every project, but we do as best we can.
Thank you, Minister. Now, government members, any
members have no
questions?
questions, Chair.
Oh,
come on,
wonderful.
you
Thank you. That's
backing
what
up that mess.
that's what we like to hear. So, Minister will now break for morning tea, and we'll be back at 11:15. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. We'll go straight to questions from the opposition. Ms Nicole Overall.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, the Regional Roads Fund, to reiterate, 23 of 28 projects to Labor seats, or 87% of the list, more than $290 million out of a $334 million budget. Where did that $334 million come from?
Ms Overall, I'd just like to correct something there. So of the 28 projects in the Regional Road Fund, 15, when they were announced, 15 were in coalition seats, so over half, and one was in an independent seat, and then there are also 3 in a national seat as we speak today as
and
well.
I'll
which
qualify
I think you said
again
that
there,
they
Minister.
were,
I think my counting says 13, but let's not quibble. Let's move on. Thank you. Where did the $334 million come from?
so there was a couple of different places. One was on the failed election commitment of the former New South Wales government on the reclassification, so with some money from that, and then I think some was from Restart in the end. But you would have to probably direct the exact breakdown to the Treasurer, because he's in charge of the budget and where money comes from.
Did the are you suggesting, did any of that money come from the Snowy Hydro Fund?
Look, I actually, it could be correct on that. So that's what I'm saying. You should direct that to the Treasurer. My main concern is getting the roads in our state upgraded.
Regional roads,
well,
Minister.
I'm not the Minister for the budget. I'm not the Treasurer. So
This is your project that you have issued numerous releases on, but you can't tell us how you've been able to reallocate that funding.
well, that's, as I said to you, it's not my decision where the money comes from. That's part of the budget
But you think that it came from the
processes.
Snowy Hydro Fund?
No, I said you should ask the Treasurer about that question.
So if it did come from the Snowy Hydro Fund, your government has also substantially cut the Snowy Mountains Special Activation Precinct. Have you robbed Peter to pay Paul for this election slush fund?
As I said, Ms Overall, it's not my decision where the money comes from. That's a decision for Cabinet, the Treasurer and ERC. So you should direct
one
those
of the
questions
projects on that list, Minister, that, yes, as you very kindly pointed out earlier, when I was the member for Monero, I am very, very aware of it, is the Ellerton Drive roundabout. Now, on March 15th, 2025, you issued yet another release on this multi-million-dollar intersection upgrade in the now Labor-held seat of Monero, and you claimed in that release, and I quote, "We've already provided short-term relief by installing a right turn lane earlier this year." However, Minister, that isn't entirely truthful, is it?
Well, you've got the story there, so what are you
I
trying
do.
to say?
What I'm trying to say is that you have said in your media release, we, as in your Labor government, has installed a right turn lane.
Did I say we, as in my
You have
the
said
government? Did I say that? Just checking.
We've already provided short-term relief by installing pedestrian refuge and additional right turn lane earlier this year.
This is a problem in Monero. You have this really thing about ownership of government. Like, government is government, isn't it? And we, and
No,
like I talk about
I'm just
transport for New South
clarifying
Wales
some of the
as
statements
we, the
that
New South
you're-
Wales government
that you're
as
making,
we.
Minister.
Pardon?
I'm clarifying some of the statements that you're making, claiming things that are on your list. So here's a media release from 7th of February 2023, and wouldn't you know it, issued by me when I was the member for Monero, to announce the modification of the Ellerton Drive approach to include an additional through lane and a right lane. Critical work is funded and construction will commence as soon as possible. So, Minister, again, in your release, you're talking about, and I quote, 12 years of neglect, and yet the information that you are producing is, at the very best, misleading.
So, you were part of the former government.
I was, proudly so.
The government, which is what that release is issued to, is saying that it has, and government is continuous, it will be here
I don't see any credit in there for the
and long
former
after
government,
people
Minister.
like you and I are in these seats.
Which one?
It's
Mr.
a
Murphy's,
privilege and an
order.
honour.
Mr. Murphy's taken a point of order. Let's hear.
Thanks, Chair. And look, I've let it go 5 or 6 times, but we just have this situation where the Minister begins to answer, a couple of sentences come out of her mouth, and then she's cut off with interjections from the questioner.
Thank you.
As a matter of fairness, the Minister should be allowed to answer the question before another one's
we'll
asked.
Uphold the point of order this time. If we could just allow, particularly for Hansard, but I think everybody else in as well, just allow the Minister to answer the question. But Minister, that doesn't mean that you are just to speak for 5 minutes and waste the time of the member, because that's where we get frustrated.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Overall, if you could continue.
And sorry, it's like I was interjecting there, Minister, but I am clarifying the point that you are claiming work here that has been done during the term of your government. However, I don't see any credit for the former government with the work that was commenced and funded as part of that. So again, I'll come back to the point that the information that you are producing is at the best misleading.
So, just to clarify, so you're upset because 8 weeks before you lost the seat, you put out a release saying that you were doing something, and the government of the day, which is the government of the day before you were before the election and after the election, has done work, and as the Minister for the government of the day, we have referred to that.
You have continued
now,
the
I'm
work
sorry
that
I
was
didn't,
already funded and in train, Minister.
I'm sorry, Ms. Overall, that
So
I
not
didn't put in
upset
a
at
big
all.
thank you
Because
because
like,
like
you can do so
7
now.
weeks before the election, I don't know, was that election commitment, or had you done the work? Had you, advocated? Were there other works you'd done? I'm sorry
Yes,
if you felt
actually,
hurt
we
and
have. I
left
can,
out,
I can
but-
again, and happy to table this as well. Concept designs have just been completed with a preferred option of traffic lights at this intersection, something else that you're claiming in your media release there. The next phase of detailed design is about to commence, and the project is currently funded to complete this stage and deliver the final business case.
So, Ms.
let me get
Overall,
to that,
you are
Minister.
disagreeing that there should have been money spent. Did you have funding? My understanding when I spoke to the
My
council
release says there
before
was
the election
funding.
was that you didn't have it.
Well, clearly my release says that
So
there was funding.
Was that
so
funded, or was it an election
So
commitment on
moving
behalf
on,
of
Minister,
your government?
you're
Can
not
you just
actually
check
here to
with
ask
me?
the questions.
Point of
I
order.
am.
Well,
Point of order.
We
I
asked the
think
questions, Minister.
order, Mr. Fang, Mr. Nev has called a point of order, and not surprising, really.
Paragraph 19 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution requires courtesy to be extended to the witness, which hasn't been happening, but also great sympathy for the people in Hansard
Yes.
trying to transcribe
Yes,
whatever that
so
was.
I will uphold the point of order. Again, we'll treat witnesses with respect. We can get our issues across and hear the witness at the same time. So, Ms. Overall, if you could continue with that in mind.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Minister, I'll also note that in your media release you are stating that $19 million has been allocated to this Ellerton Drive roundabout project as part of the Regional Roads Fund election/fund list. Can
That's
you
your
tell
voice
us
for it?
whether this project has had a business case prepared?
Ms. Overall, I think in answering that, I just do want to look at your release, which I've just seen, and you're saying that in that release, I'm pleased to announce the modification to include an additional through lane and right lane. So I don't believe you had completed that work. You said
The funding, I
construction will
think, is
commence
there.
as supply resourcing allows. So it
Critical
hadn't
funding
been completed. So it was completed under our watch, not under yours, just
Funding
talked about.
provided.
Well, it doesn't matter. The work was done by government of the day. Concept designs have been completed, preferred option of traffic lights at the section, but you didn't have a funding pathway for that. And we have delivered that funding pathway through our election commitment. And, you can just say thank you, it's fine. But, that's really, I don't know what you're complaining about. Do you want us to not do that, or you want to re-prosecute the election campaign of 2023?
Again, if we can move on to the next question that I'll be asking you, Minister. The $19 million, has this had a business case for this project as part of this regional roads list?
I can get an update for you that from Mr. Hayes there.
I can provide an answer to that one. A final business case has been developed for the project. It's in the final stages of our internal assurance review at the moment. But I can confirm a final business case has been completed, yes.
Okay.
And I
Thank
can
you.
also confirm on this release you talk about the additional 7.926 million in funding for emergency repairs, and you haven't given us any credit there for our regional emergency road repair funding, which was like more than double that figure, because it was under your government that regional councils got less than $2,000 per kilometre for emergency road repairs, and we put that, and the metro councils were getting $10,000, and we put in our additional funding for that.
Great,
You're
thanks.
welcome for that too.
Thanks. I referenced yet another media release of yours, Minister, from October 8, 2024 in relation to Towards Zero Safer Roads, claiming the Labor government is continuing work to improve road safety in regional New South Wales with $45 million to be provided to council-nominated road safety. How many projects are involved in that?
I'll have to get you that number.
There's 23, Minister.
Okay, good.
The time frame for that?
It's, I believe that one is over the next 3 years, but Miss Webb, can you remember? I think it's over 3 years. Yes, Mr. Cullen, yes, 3 years.
3 years, correct. You say council nominated. I reckon there'd be more than 23 projects for councils when it comes to road safety. It's an average of about $2 million each. So how was the final list compiled?
Certainly, there was a lot. The lack of maintenance under your previous government was astounding and did create a lot of issues in that space. The Road Safety Fund that is determined within the Centre for Road Safety and Transport there. I don't have any role in choosing which projects or whatever make it. It's
Who
around
does?
the safety of the projects, the safety considerations.
So there is a process?
I'll refer you to Mr. Carlin. Or is that right? Or to Ms.
Process through that?
Carl? Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, there is a comprehensive process for analysis of all of the benefits associated with the upgrades. So it's a bottom-up process. Councils submit through. We have a portal which actually identifies the benefits of each of the changes that are being implemented, whether it happens to be audio tactile or barrier systems or wide centre lines. They're all based on evaluations that have been done on the benefits, the road safety benefits and trauma reduction, and calculations are done about then what has the best road safety benefit in terms of trauma reduction and risk reduction, and the projects are prioritised on that basis.
Okay, so there's the prioritisation of that, and I would imagine sometimes if there are numerous projects that are put forward, it can be difficult around that prioritisation as well, even following the formula or the modelling that you rely on?
Yeah, so the strategy or the business case which has been established and that INSW have completed their assurance of actually identifies that process, and so the most cost-effective trauma reduction projects are actually implemented through that process
so
that I've
the most
identified.
cost-effective, the most
Well,
cost-effective?
cost-effective in reducing trauma, because the government has a target for 50% reduction of fatalities by 2030 and a 30% reduction on serious injuries. And so it's on that basis that the projects are actually identified and prioritised.
Yep, okay, thanks very much. Minister, you also note in the media release a highlight of the funding will be the delivery of 3 high pedestrian activity areas to regional suburbs to protect pedestrians. Where are those projects located?
I would have to go back and have a look at the release and the full projects, unless it's in there, but if you're reading from it, you want to...
Fingal Bay, Charleston and Wollombi Village.
Oh, right, yep.
Are they all Labor-held seats, Minister?
Yeah, I think they are, but that's not the case with all of the projects in that area. And I actually...
But to quote from a great Aussie movie, what a coincidence,
refute
Deirdre
the
Chambers.
imputation that you are making, because
Order.
this
We've
is...
got a Minister. We now have a point of order
The
from Mr.
Minister
Buddigee.
attempts to articulate an answer fully, and just because the witness doesn't like it, it doesn't mean she doesn't get to answer.
Yes. Thank you for the point of order. I'm not sure it was you're calling a point of order to a particular what's the word I'm looking for? Thank you, yes. But I will remind the member once again to please treat the witness with respect. We can ask questions and get a lot out of
Not trying to be
this
disrespectful at all.
Thank you.
So,
Well, Ms. Overall, I note your interest, and I'm really pleased that you are interested in road safety funding, because
Absolutely.
it is important. I think that perhaps it would be good if we arranged a briefing for you with Mr. Carlin to give you an understanding of how the program works, because there is no political intervention in the allocation of funds.
Great to hear.
It is done in that way. And if you go back and have a look at the other Towards Zero Safer Roads program, which was done on state projects, there was about 100 or more than 120 million in the western region, 46 million in the southern region, and 15 million in the north of the state. So, you can see from that there is a geographic spread of these areas, and there's certainly one of the things I've been very clear on is that I don't play politics with road safety, and I firmly reject and find it offensive that you would be making that imputation on road safety.
No imputations at all, Minister. I'm simply saying that there are
that's
many regional areas crying out for better pedestrian safety and high pedestrian activity. Areas just one, Kings Highway in
if you go on the
Bungendore,
website,
I'm sure you're very
you can find
aware.
the other ones
no
which
imputations.
might be in your former electorate, which might
Let's
be of interest
move on,
to you.
Minister. So again, you're talking about road safety, and of course we are all very, very passionate and committed about that. But given as of August 31st, 2024, there were twice as many lives lost on regional roads than metropolitan, I suppose you might be aware of those numbers?
Yeah, it's a long-standing issue that regional...
So do you have the most recently updated numbers for the 2024 fatalities on New South Wales roads, particularly regional roads, after August 31st?
Yeah, the 2020... Oh, for that particular date, sorry.
Following. Well, yes, I mean...
So you want me to go and find a particular date, the 31st of August 2024?
Well, for 2024,
right.
What were the final numbers?
So the final numbers for 2024 was, I believe, 340, and then in the regional it was about, I think it was 248.
Yes, that's...
I've got the figures, I've got, say, 344, but that was actually 340, so it was the overall view.
Very
But
distressing.
Mr. Carlin would be able to give you the more detailed explanation on that.
And how has 2025 started?
So it was going better. The last week we've had a pretty bad week, a very bad week, with losses of people on the road. So we are actually currently running at 6 ahead, whereas a couple of weeks ago we were running behind. My genuine concern is that every death on our roads is one too many, and I'm very concerned about the road toll. We have been throwing everything we can at it. We're a number of legislative, financial, policy, promotion of road safety messaging, every action we can take, we have been taking.
And what are the latest statistics around motorcyclists dying on our roads?
Yeah, so motorcyclists, that is one where there has been an increase, a sharp increase, and hence we're having the motorcycle road safety forum on the 29th of April, and that is to look at how we can improve those outcomes for motorcyclists. I'm happy to give you Bernard to give you more detail on that.
Yep.
If you want.
So,
I mean, I can if you want, but I think it's better if you hear it directly from Bernard.
So year to date, we have 24 motorcycle fatalities, which is 8 more than the same period last year, and we had 68 motorcycle fatalities last year, which was a significant increase. So the forum...
sorry to interrupt, but there's almost 20% of deaths on the New South Wales roads last year for motorcycle riders, and more than half of them in regional New South Wales. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes. So slightly less in terms of the proportion for all road fatalities in regional New South Wales for motorcyclists. There's a significant proportion which does happen within the metropolitan area as well. Certainly the roundtable that's taking place, which will include motorcycle advocates as well as road safety experts, academics and community organisations that are concerned about this area. We will be looking at that roundtable at what other measures can be implemented in order to tackle this increase that we've seen in fatalities, but also disturbingly an increase in serious injuries as well. Over the last 5 years, there's been around 13,000 motorcyclists actually admitted to hospital with seriously injured on our roads. And we'll be looking at protective equipment and motorcycle gear, and how we can incentivise and potentially regulate the use of safety equipment. Looking at our graduated licensing system for motorcycle riders. It's one of the actions in the Road Safety Action Plan.
And I'm going to run out of
Yep.
time, so I'm sorry to interject, but because I've only got 30 seconds, are we going to have, and you or the Minister may be able to answer this, obviously it is critical that we do this, that it hasn't happened to this point already, the safety roundtable that you're doing. Do we have a time frame around when we can expect something to emerge from this?
Look, there's already been substantial work being done in terms of the graduated licensing scheme for motorcycle riders, as it was an action in the Road Safety Action Plan, and a comprehensive analysis of the systems operating in other jurisdictions has been done, and that will be able to be made available to all of those experts that gather on the 29th for their input, as well as other initiatives that people may bring forward on the day as well.
Thank you. Mr. Carlin, just a quick question in relation to that. Has there been a greater uptake of motorcycles in terms of increase in per capita usage in terms of those statistics? Can it be accounted for in any way, any of that, because of that?
So we have seen an increase in licensing over sort of particularly that period over the COVID period. Essentially, this increase, though, that we've seen in the last 12 months is the highest level that we've reached in 10 years. And so whilst we did have a reduction over the last couple of years of motorcycle fatalities, it has peaked, and so therefore the government wants to respond and has asked us to put together this roundtable to see what other initiatives could be implemented to tackle that problem.
Okay, thank you. Minister, I just wanted to turn to the issue of the lack of transport services in the Northern Rivers region. And an example is that the Casino train station, I understand, is the only station servicing the Northern Rivers. It's got 3 daily departures, 2 to Sydney. Obviously it takes 12 hours, 1 to Brisbane, which leaves at 2:19 a.m. These services are frequently booked out in advance. What is being done to look at increasing train services to Casino and the Northern Rivers more generally?
Yeah, so this goes back, I guess, to the questioning around the regional rail fleet. Obviously, it's difficult to put on more train services when our existing XPT fleet is at capacity and needs significant work to keep it going until the new trains arrive. So the rolling stock issue is a difficult one. That's one of the reasons why we wanted to do the, why we did the train link consultations to look at how we can provide better services for people who want to use, long distance or want to use long distance public transport. And so we're using the best available that we have to do that work, and that's why we've also gone to the community. The other thing that we're doing as well is with the regional strategic integrated transport plans, we have got, the website is up there, and we're asking people to look at that site and to identify needs, and that is going into that future planning, because that will be one of the most, I guess, deep consultations that Transport has done, to my knowledge, in terms of asking community for what they need in terms of transport.
Yep, so that's so that consultation that you're just referring to, is that currently open right now for submissions? I thought that had been being undertaken for some time.
So on the website, every area can have input. There's 2 southeastern tablelands and the Hunter which have gone to the stage of their final comments, have been collated on the draft. And I think, I always forget exactly the dates for each one, but even if it's not open for formal consultation at this point, there's a pin drop function on the website that people can go in, put their comments on, and that is going into the planners as just a regular update.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so this is the XPT life extension project that you're talking about in terms of Grafton.
Yeah.
to Sydney. So I understand that a couple of the rail services between Grafton and Sydney have been replaced by premium coaches. Has that happened?
Yeah. No, I'm not sure. There it is, sorry.
Is that why there's only 2 a day to Sydney, because there's coaches as well?
Yeah, I'll let Roger give you the details on it, to be clear. Yeah.
Thanks, Ms Fairman. We have not yet started the replacement coach service. We've just executed the contract. The successful coach operator is now in procurement to purchase brand new coaches to run on that service, so that we will be able to offer that premium offering to people that are on the Grafton service. So at the moment we run 6 services a day, north and south, 1 Sydney to Grafton, 1 Sydney to Casino and 1 Sydney to Brisbane, and then of course the return services, so that makes the 6. We will be replacing the Sydney to Grafton service, as you've indicated, with that premium coach. We're expecting that to commence at the end of April.
And what's the expected time frame for getting those, for the replacement coaches to be in operation when a train traveller's being told that they can have their services back, and will services increase in frequency as a result after that?
So you can answer.
Thank you for that question. The replacement coach service is scheduled for a 12-month period. That will enable us to accelerate the XPT power cars and all of the carriages through the life extension program. We will then return the XPT onto the Sydney to Grafton service. The life extension program is not going to give us any additional capacity, so we're not getting extra train sets. So the current offering that we have across the network, so the XPT runs to Dubbo, it runs, as I said, those 6 services on the north coast, and of course it runs to Melbourne. We have no capacity to increase the number of XPT services that we're running. So once the life extension, once that 12 months has been concluded, we'll reinstate the XPT onto the Sydney-Grafton-Sydney service.
Thank you. So, Minister, with the consultation that's being undertaken, for example, the regional Northern Rivers area, I assume, not sure what that time frame is, but no doubt, particularly in that area, obviously lots of tourists go there. It's a reasonably high population, especially over that time. Lots of people will request more frequent train services, more connection in that area. Mr.
Weeks.
Yeah, Weeks. Sorry, I can't see behind the thing. Mr. Weeks, thank you. That's better. Said that there's no capacity. Is that going into the future, despite this community consultation, that trains are just not an option?
Well, at the moment, with the XPTs and not having the regional rail fleet, that is the issue. So that's why there's two. I know there's a lot of consultation going on. The SRITPs, the Strategic Regional Integrated Transport Plans, they are having consultation upcoming, and I'll give you the date for that in a second. We also had the train link consultation, which is for coach services. So as part of that, we were looking at different services. So, for example, between Armidale and Port Macquarie, services for taking Warhope up to connect with other rail services. So to really look at that, but we had put that out for consultation, and also there were some Northern Rivers and Gold Coast and Brisbane connections and services that were put forward in that train link coach consultation package. So that's one piece. And then the SRITP is really mode agnostic. It's looking at what is potentially available for all modes of transport, active transport, public transport, cars, everything, and that one is the North Coast plan. Now it's in set to be delivered in early 2026.
This is coaches at this point you're talking?
So there's 2. So the train link coach, that consultation has completed. Transport's looking at that, Train Link's looking at that, seeing where they can go. On the North Coast Strategic Regional Integrated Transport Plan, which is the mode agnostic plan, that's got just looking at it now, 285 contributions so far on that. So on the pin drop that people can do, or they can also send feedback to us before we get involved in formal consultation processes, and that will be looking at a broader remit than's been used before, so not just councils, but also ensuring that all local members, whatever their political affiliations, are involved. And
Great, thank you. Another issue now, Minister. Have you been briefed on the situation of koala deaths on Appin Road in southwest Sydney since you came to your new portfolio?
I have been broadly briefed, like seen stuff, but I haven't had a formal briefing over just with 2 weeks of Parliament. I haven't, but I have spoken to your colleague, Ms Smith, about her bill. I've spoken, and obviously we've been doing some trials on a whole range of things, and I know I did see something come through around work that we are doing on that road. Where is it?
Because I'm particularly interested in the underpasses that I think Lend-Lease at some point had promised to build in with consultation with Transport for New South Wales by mid-2025, which is only a couple of months away, actually. So my question, maybe we can come back to it, is how that is going.
Yeah, okay. So, I have got a presentation on it that I did receive, I think, earlier in the year. But and it has been, there's a number of things there. So I think it's probably something
we
to
can
talk
come back
to
it. That's fine. Yep, thank you. Questions from Mr Banasiak now.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I might just go to the Richmond Bridge project. The community has long demanded a flood-free river crossing west of Richmond that also diverts traffic away from the township. Currently, your government's proposal does neither. The community was willing to somewhat accept your original proposal of a weak bypass and duplication. Can you explain to us why you shifted from that original proposal to a proposal that doesn't satisfy the community?
Look, I will get maybe the Secretary to talk on that. Oh, sorry, Mr Hayes, sorry.
Just defined as metropolitan, so unfortunately I don't have anything on Richmond.
Sorry, I don't have the detail that you're wanting to probably get, just given that I've only just taken over the portfolio in 2 weeks.
There's no one here that can answer a question about Richmond Bridge project.
Well,
as a road project.
Camilla, have you got anything that you can talk to?
Yes, so I think 500 million has been committed by the federal and state government for that project. We've looked at the staging of what can be delivered within that funding envelope, and that's what we are proceeding with.
Okay, so can you explain why you shifted, I guess, the design or proposal away from what was originally presented to the community? Because they've written to me, the council's written to me, and they also provided a submission to Transport for New South Wales that they don't accept the proposal, and they've got serious concerns around its ability to A, deliver a flood-free river crossing, and B, also several concerns around the impact on local traffic and safety of residents. So I'm wondering why there was a shift in what was being proposed.
Look, I can take that on notice and bring back some more detailed information. I know when it was announced a strategic scheme was presented. We have done a lot more work since then, including consultation with the community, and we've come now forward with the preferred option for the first stages of that project. But as I said, I'll bring you back some further detail about the exact process that was undertaken and the rationale for why we've arrived at where we have.
Okay, so how much will it cost to complete stage 2B? And if we have the funding of 500 million, why aren't we not funding it in full? Why are we staging it?
My understanding is we are intending on spending that full $500 million.
On stage 2B?
I'll just need to take that on notice.
Okay. And perhaps you can take on notice whether any of that funding will go to making improvements to the residential streets that will be impacted in the construction phase. There's concerns from the council as to whether a lot of those local roads will be able to handle the extra burden with the rat running that will occur when detours are put in place. So whether any of that money's been earmarked for necessary upgrades and maintenance.
Okay, I'll take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. We might come back to that.
I think I would say that the review of environmental factors, the submission's only closed on the 21st of February, and the most up-to-date information I've got is that there's a submissions report being done, but I'd also be keen to meet with council. Obviously, I've met with a lot of the local members in that, particularly Western Sydney.
Have you been provided a copy of the local council's submission?
No, not at this stage, so yeah.
Would you like one?
I'd love one.
All right.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, helping the minister out. Doing the research for her.
I'm here to serve. Can I just go back to Silica, Minister? CPB Contractors Proprietary Limited. They're a fairly prominent player in our major infrastructure projects: M4 East, M5, new M5, M4, M5 link tunnels, M12 motorway, M6 stage 1, Rosehill interchange, Western Harbour Tunnel. They were recently fined $30,000 by New South Wales EPA for unauthorised nighttime works on the Warringah Freeway upgrade. And in the documents on the SO52 regarding Silica, they've been issued multiple improvement notices under Section 191 of the Work Health and Safety Act, spanning several projects and years, all related to workplace safety breaches, which indicates a pattern of non-compliance. I guess my first question is, are past breaches, including Safe Work issued improvement notices and EPA fines, considered during the tender assessment process for recent or current projects?
I'd have to refer you to Ms Drover on that, the selection of contractors and the processes that are undertaken there.
Yeah, so CPB contractors do deliver a large volume of work for Transport for New South Wales. They are part of the joint venture contractor for the M6, and we're aware that Safe Work are doing an assessment of the silicosa risk on that project, so I'm not at liberty to talk about that at the moment because that investigation is still underway. The matter that they were fined for relating to the Warringah Freeway, that was obviously a different issue, not related to silica. It was to do with nighttime works. What I can say is we have what we call the contract performance score. So we measure all our contractors against this score. Safety is definitely one of the factors that is considered, and we do take into consideration those contract performance scores when we are doing shortlistings, both at the EOI, expression of interest stage, but also at the tender stage. So yes, contractors' performance, including safety, is a consideration when we're awarding work.
Can you tell us how CPB contracting scored?
We do it on an ongoing basis.
Ongoing
So their scores move from time to time.
Okay,
we
so
look
when they were approved, sorry to interrupt, when they were approved for or awarded the contract for the Warringah Freeway upgrade, what was their score? And what, I guess, to give us a sense of what that score means from a numerical or quantitative point of view, can you give us some detail around?
Look, I don't have that at hand, and given that award of that contract was, I think, 2021. What I can tell you, though, we do that score for individual projects, and then we obviously aggregate that per contractor. It gets a little bit complex, given CPB is part of a JV for both the Warringah Freeway and the M6, and they're with different JV partners. So their partner for the Warringah Freeway is Downer. And on the M6, it's Geller and UGL. But that's why we do it both at the individual project level and also at the aggregator contractor level. The other tool that we've also recently piloted and now rolling out across all our projects is a 360 health tool where we assess both the contractors, the consultants, and our own team on these projects, and that's looking at the culture and health of the project, and that's providing some very valuable insights into overall project health and success and culture. That again goes to safety, along with some other metrics as well, including the level and nature of commercial claims on the project. We're finding that very useful as a early warning sign of any issues on projects.
Okay. Is there any formal threshold or cap on the number or severity of breaches before a contractor would be disqualified from taking on any government work or future government work?
Look, it is more of a qualitative assessment, but you know, we've got a healthy competition in this market. We want contractors that are behaving and performing, and particularly in the safety space. So if we've got concerns and repeat offenders, and any signs of poor culture, we will absolutely be addressing that.
So what safeguards did you have in place to prevent those repeat offenders from washing their record through joint ventures or subcontracting arrangements?
I wouldn't characterise it as washing their record through joint ventures.
Well, that's my characterisation, but diluting or hiding or whatever word you would like to use, or understating their breaches, what safeguards are in place to stop that from occurring through joint ventures or subcontracting?
Look, I think we know our contractors reasonably well. If we see any signs of poor or unacceptable behaviour or breaches in any field, whether it's safety, the environment, community consultation, etc., we will absolutely address it. So I don't think the JV and their partnerships will influence our perception or understanding of those contractors.
Okay, on notice, are you able to provide a list of all government projects currently awarded to CBB contractors, and along with that a breakdown of any compliance actions taken against them for each of those projects?
I can provide that for the Transport for New South Wales projects.
Obviously for Transport for New South Wales projects I should specify.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to take that away and see what we can bring back.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the opposition? Mr Westphal.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, in answer to a question from my colleague, you indicated that you don't play politics with road safety. Could I ask, in relation to the selection of the sites where you will trial the average speed cameras, did that go to Cabinet?
I have to remember, sorry, of the actual, yeah, it did. Yes, they did actually.
So
yes.
was a decision of Cabinet as to what sites you would trial the average speed camera introduction?
Sorry?
It was a decision of Cabinet where you would trial the introduction of average speed cameras?
Based on the advice from Transport.
Okay. You realise, obviously, that the sites that you selected were all in coalition areas, correct?
Well, they are or they aren't, doesn't matter. That's not the reason that they were chosen. It was chosen for crash history and, you know, one to be like a coastal, one to be more inland, you know, the whole lot of different reasons.
Okay. How many proposals were put to Cabinet?
I think we just put the two from memory.
Sure.
I can't remember, to be honest. I'm not really going to canvass what was put and what to that level, what was put to Cabinet. I'm sorry.
Well, I want to, I guess, interrogate some of the information you provided, and you've said you don't play politics with road safety. How many proposals or how many sites were put to Cabinet for the selection?
I'm not going to answer that question. They were the
I think
two
it's
that
on
were
the record that there
recommended,
was
and that
actually
was the
three.
decision of Cabinet. Sorry?
I think it's on the record that there was actually three. Do you recall that being evidence at a previous estimates hearing?
No, I can't remember that. I'm sorry.
I can't recall. Okay, interesting. Minister,
Which hearing, can you just remind me?
the previous estimates hearing when we interrogated how many... Mr. Carlin, are you able to provide us any...
No, I'm sorry, I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. Minister, the introduction is 1 month away, is that correct?
Yep, 1st of May. Yep.
1st of May. Tell me, what works have you done to prepare the sites that you've selected for this program?
I'll refer that to the department to do that with yourself, Mr. Carlin. Yep.
Yeah, so certainly there's signage which will be placed in advance indicating that there is going to be enforcement of all vehicles in these two lengths. And as well, there are local campaigns which are being rolled out currently as well, and so as well as going statewide and indicating to people that there will be a trial that will include the enforcement of light vehicles at these two locations.
So the Minister in previous estimates indicated to us that there would be signage warning drivers of light vehicles, not heavy vehicles, that their speed will be monitored by the average speed cameras. When will that signage be installed?
So there will be, from the 1st of May, a 2-month warning letter period, and the signage will be put in place in order to
You've
indicate.
indicated to me that you've started the process of advising, I guess at a local level, that these things are occurring, but I had the advantage of driving past the Coolac to Gundagai, or the Gundagai to Coolac in the direction I was travelling, area last night, and there was absolutely zero roadworks in relation to any signage that's to be installed. There were roadworks there, but there was nothing in relation to any warnings. We are now 1 month exactly away. When are you planning to install those warning signs to provide drivers some pre-notice that these areas are going to be average speed camera locations?
Yeah, so there is a broad education campaign happening, as well as localised education and social media campaigns happening, indicating that the trial is going to commence on the 1st of May. And at the location, once enforcement commences, or the warning letter period for 2 months of warning commences, then the regulatory signage will be put in place at the time when it commences.
So, Minister, do you believe that you are honouring the commitment that was made to the previous budget estimates to only have warning signs installed during the warning letter period and not have it in place prior to the switching on of the program, even if you are in the warning letter phase?
Mr. Fang, I'm really interested in what's agitating you so much about this, because the reality
Minister,
is...
this isn't about me, and this
well,
isn't your...
it is,
I'm asking the
because
questions here, Minister. I'm asking you...
I'm starting to answer.
No, you're making reflections on me, and I prefer you didn't do that. I'm asking you, Minister, do you think you are honouring the commitment your government made in the previous estimates hearing that indicated that there would be warning signs and information signs in place before the program was switched on?
Mr. Fang, we are not in the warning period. We are not in the actual enforcement period at this point in time. We have got campaigns out there warning people about this. We will comply with all of our obligations and our commitments that we have made.
Minister, when will the signage be installed?
At the appropriate time, in alignment with our commitment and obligations.
Will you have the signage installed before you switch the system on?
The signage will be installed in alignment with our commitments.
Well, in that case, you've got, by my interpretation, less than a month to have that signage up. Is that correct?
Yeah, but transport's pretty quick, and they will get the work done.
Well, we know how they go with signs. I do often take the Roselle interchange, and we know there was some problems there. I'm now seeking to help you to alleviate some of those problems. Will you have that signage up in less than a month?
I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Fang,
Anytime,
and
I'm
your
quite
commitment
helpful
to
like
road
that.
safety, and of course we will have the signs up as indicated. Thank you.
Okay. Minister, why were those two sites selected?
We've canvassed this on a number of occasions. This estimates, last estimates, they
Yep.
were chosen on a variety of factors, which were to do with past crash history and variety of conditions, etc.
Minister, has anything changed, particularly in the Coolac to Gundagai stretch, since the announcement last August that there would be average speed camera monitoring of light vehicle drivers to reinforce that that was the right location to select?
Mr. Fang, I'm not aware of whatever it is that you're alluding to.
Well,
I'll say
Minister,
that.
the problem that I see, in particularly the Coolac to Gundagai stretch, and I'm obviously focused on that because that's the section that I live near, is that in the previous number of years, there have been no fatalities in that area. Now, how are you going to judge the effectiveness of this trial? And I use the word trial in inverted commas because I suspect that it's literally just an implementation before you do it in a much wider, broader area. How are you going to judge the effectiveness of it if there have been no fatalities? If there is a fatality in that area, does that mean the program fails? If there isn't a fatality, how are you going to determine if it's worked or not?
Look, the two locations were chosen on considerations on a number of factors, including light vehicle trauma, not just fatalities, geography, the ability to make the technical changes required to enforce light vehicles for the trial. And the two areas do have a history of known fatal and serious injury crashes involving light vehicles. You may have other areas that you would like to nominate before those areas, and happy to take that on notice, and that's fine.
Well,
but
Minister,
we have committed to trial 2 sites only, and they're the 2 that have been selected for a trial.
Minister, I've made the point on numerous occasions, particularly in the media, that you could have trialled this program on the M4 or the M5 or the M7 or the M1, any of these metropolitan roads where I would suspect that your fatality numbers are much higher, but you didn't choose to do that. You chose to do it in a regional area, impacting rural and regional drivers instead of impacting the drivers that the Labor Party needs to keep sweet, shall we say. Minister, you said it wasn't a political decision. It went to Cabinet. It was the decision of Cabinet. Why didn't you choose any of the metropolitan roads that could have and should have been trialled simultaneously with these other sites?
Mr. Fang, the sites went to Cabinet as part of the overall legislative package to get a trial in place. I make no apologies for wanting to trial
Why isn't there a metropolitan road, Minister? Why didn't you impact metropolitan drivers in this decision?
Mr. Fang, did you want me to answer the question I was answering,
I'd love
or the
you
one
to.
you've asked me over the top? So
By all
I
means,
make
Minister.
no. Sorry.
By all means, let me know.
Well, I make no apology. I didn't hear your second question because you were talking over the top of me. I make no apology for prioritising deaths on regional roads as something that we want to do something about. The geography, the fact that one is major inland route between Sydney and Melbourne, one is in a north coast area where a lot of people travel. It will not just be regional people who are, if you like, targeted by these cameras. It will be a wide variety. They're used by a lot of metropolitan people as well as regional people. But the reality is that we know that there is a greater risk of death on a regional road in New South Wales at this time, and so we are doing what we can to address that. And
Just
this
not
is
in those
one
locations,
of the things,
correct?
Pardon?
Just not in those locations.
Mr. Fang, we are
If there is a
trialling-
death in the Coolac to Gundagai area while you are trialling this, will you interpret that as a complete failure of this program?
No, Mr. Fang, but if
I'll
you would
hand
like
over
to
to my
get some
colleague.
more briefing from the Centre for Road Safety, I'd invite you to maybe join your colleague and get some understanding of how the safety
Enough of the asides.
mechanisms
Thank you,
work.
Minister. No need to have the asides. We thank you. If we move on,
No, it's a genuine offer, Ms. Overall.
Are you
It's a
familiar
genuine
with
offer.
the-
I just
Great,
want to make
thanks
that
very
really
much.
clear.
Thank you.
That is a genuine offer to yourselves.
Not
to
patronising
take
at all.
time. No, not to
no.
patronise you, but I do understand it is a lot to get your head around road safety.
Thank
It is
you.
a very important thing, and if you're going to make
Can we move
inquiries
on,
on
Minister?
regional
Thank
transport
you.
and regional roads, it is important to have a good understanding of what the drivers
Thank
of
you.
crashes are. And your colleague
Thanks
has
so
said in the
much.
press repeatedly that he thinks it's safer to go at 130, which has been,
I think
roundly
you also
rejected.
mentioned
So-
autobahns in the last budget estimates, which I did read, Minister, but thank you. Anyway, let's move on, shall we? Are you familiar with the freight policy reform program that's currently being conducted by Transport for New South Wales?
Broadly familiar. It hasn't been something that I've led under my former portfolios, but obviously I've always had an interest in it with heavy
Excellent.
vehicle.
Great. Well, it talks about optimising the grain rail network. What does that mean to you?
Sorry, optimising the grain rail network,
Yep.
did you say? Yeah. Well, obviously, trying to get more grain onto rail, and we've got different initiatives on that rolling out around the state.
And that's all you have to say on the matter. So will you rule out closing any
Well, you asked me if I was aware of it, so
grain
I
lines?
assume there was a follow-up. Sorry, what's the follow-up there that you've got?
Right, can I ask the question?
Yeah.
Will you rule out closing any currently operational grain lines due to their importance for farming communities across the state?
Ms. Overall, if you've got a specific issue that you want to raise, I think it would be more beneficial for the grain growers that you're seeking to represent if you
The
actually
question is
speak
pretty
that.
clear, Minister. Will you rule out closing any currently operational grain lines due to their importance for farming communities across the state? I don't think it could be much clearer.
Well, it could be. If there's one that you've got concerns about, you should probably raise that.
Will you rule out closing any currently operational?
Yeah, like they're run by ARTC or Country Regional. What exactly is your concern here? That would be probably more helpful as a question.
Do you accept that closing grain lines will increase the stress on already overburdened regional roads?
But I reject the premise of the question. So, yeah.
So
How can you reject the premise of the question when you won't provide clarity as to whether you'll close any rail lines or not? Minister, that's a question.
Well, I would like to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Okay, that's great. Let's move to farm firefighting vehicles. Regarding the current trial into farm firefighting vehicles, how many people have registered?
I had figures on this, I think last week I was looking at it. I will have to look them up for you exactly.
Mm-hmm.
It has been less than in the previous one. The trial only finished yesterday, so obviously we're going through and analysing that data. I can probably get you that information if you would like to wait, or it's probably better to wait until actually we get the full ones from yesterday, because there may have been someone who did it last minute.
Okay, and you said that the second trial finished yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, and it was changed to address some of the concerns raised during the first trial?
Yeah, and to get more information and to give farmers more time to look, to put their hand up or to understand it. I think when we had conversations with New South Wales farmers about it, there appeared to be potentially a disconnect between what their expectations was of what people were registering, etc.
I think there were concerns around unsafe vehicles being registered under the scheme. So
well, that was
has
partly it,
been
and then
addressed.
there was also the types of vehicles that were being registered under the scheme. And I think it was originally looking at, say, ex-firefighting fleet that had been surplus to government requirements of other governments, not just New South Wales, etc., which had been purchased by farmers to work on their farms, and then there were also people that were using, I guess it was called the mosquito fleet as such,
that's
that
right,
was the old utes, etc., that, with the palicons on the back of the trailer, which then would be used. But then there were concerns about the safety of some of those, and then obviously the age of some of them in terms of their mechanical capacity, etc., and then also just the use of trailers. So there was a lot of things that we were trying to really get an understanding of what farmers wanted. They were looking for a very light touch on regulation, and so we just thought it was more appropriate, particularly going into another fire season, to do it that way, to have another trial.
So do you support making the scheme permanent?
I want to see the results of the second trial before we make a decision about that. And then obviously there'll be consultation with the New South Wales Emergency Services Minister, and then also New South Wales farmers, the RFS, and other stakeholders.
An idea
There's actually a border
of a time frame that we might be able to look at?
Well, we've
with
made
this?
commitments to New South Wales farmers that we would look at this and we'd have something in place before next fire season.
Sorry, before next fire season?
We'd have a decision, yep.
Before next fire season. Okay, thank you. Just quickly, can the refurbishment of the XPT rail fleet that services Grafton, where's that up to?
I'm not sure, you might have missed it.
I did,
Mr.
that's why yes, I did miss it, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Mr. Weeks just gave a bit of an update, and so it will be starting soon, and it will take about, I think it's the end of the month, and then it will take about 12 months for that refurbishment to
12 months, yep, sorry, I had...
That's right.
I was. Now, the Premier recently promised a fare-free day for commuters in Sydney. Minister, will you commit to regional commuters outside of the Opal network, like in Grafton, also receiving a fare-free day?
It's a bit more complicated than doing it in that way, and I will maybe give Mr Weeks the opportunity to talk about some of the fare-free days and the history of those and where that's come from in the past. I think under your government previously there wasn't many of those in the regions, but
So something
How many have
that
been
could
under
be
your government,
considered?
Minister?
Oh, actually, sorry, the Secretary. I'll answer that one, sorry.
The government has asked Transport to be mindful of the commitments that have been made around fare free and to produce some options. But the comments to date have also been clear that we should ensure that priority is given to sorting out the enterprise agreement discussions and making sure that commuters can have a reliable rail service, and then revisiting that issue of a fare-free day to acknowledge the disruptions that have occurred.
Sounds great. Just a very, very quick one then. Minister, can you provide an update on the critical natural disaster repairs on Brown Mountain?
Yeah, so there's been quite a lot of work done in recent times. I have to just think of exactly where we're up to with that.
Will it be complete for the busy Easter period?
So, do you want to? I'll get Mr Fuller to do it, because it is a very fast-moving piece of work.
Very complex.
Slow moving, I would say.
We will unfortunately have one of those projects still remaining down to one lane. It's anticipated till the end of June. So we've made really good progress on those projects, but obviously it will still be under management until the end of June at this point, is what we're forecasting.
And then following that, it'll be completely open, so completed?
It won't. That's one of the projects that's underway at the moment. Then there's a second project that will continue. It's basically under procurement at the moment, and that will run into the financial year 26. So it will run through the second half of this year into early next year. Okay. So as you may appreciate, some of these slope works are very complex projects. Not only do they take some time to procure due to their specific design in terms of geotechnical nature of the requirements, but obviously as they're doing the work, and to do that safely in a live traffic environment, it makes it very difficult for the crews to have the setup. They generally take that lane closure to ensure that safe operation while they undertake that work, and that work can have quite a degree of variability in it. And unfortunately, during a lot of the work that's taken place over the last couple of years, we've had the higher frequency and higher severity of other events that have then exacerbated and created some variation to the work in those projects.
Okay,
thank you. Minister, I just want to go back to Koalas and Dappen Road. I've got correspondence from the former Roads Minister after questions that I asked in last budget estimates about this situation. I was advised, a question was taken on notice, and I was advised that the most recent advice, this is in 13th of November last year, the most recent advice from Lend-Lease is that the permanent fencing and koala grids will be completed by, I think, early 2025. The underpasses, this is what has been promised, will be completed by mid-2025. So has work on the underpasses on Appen Road started?
Look, I'd have to check in on that one. Have you got that one?
No, I understand that they were the developer commitments, but I think we'll take it on notice just to check on the actual projects, the progress of the projects that you've asked about.
So this was taken on notice last time, so maybe if we could, if you could get some information, so we've got some kind of an update for this afternoon, that would be good, because we did get we did get some updates. I think it may have even been in Parliament to a question without notice, but in fact, no, sorry, it was at this budget estimates by Minister Graham, that about the new wildlife technology trial, but that isn't anything about underpasses. So I think my question is deliberately about underpasses, because it does seem as though this new wildlife technology trial doesn't seem to have underpasses. The question is specifically around underpasses. Minister, can I just get some kind of a commitment from you as the new roads minister that you firstly kind of understand the importance of underpasses at particularly that area, the history of the chief scientist saying it's necessary, they're necessary for the survival of the koala population in southwest Sydney, and you'll take it upon yourself, if you don't know the answer, to look at when those underpasses will be built.
Yeah, I definitely will, and I do take that commitment serious, but I will just get the Secretary to give you some update too.
Yes, Fairman, I just have an update here based around your earlier question. 75% of the Appin Road upgrade permanent koala fencing is now complete. The box culvert underpass that is scheduled for the Noorumba Reserve is still expected to be complete by mid-year. And then a second underpass has been constructed at Browns Bush.
Okay, so thank you very much for that update. So if the box culvert underpass expected to be built and completed, by mid this year, and there's one other with no time frame yet. That's
correct.
Okay, all right. That is good to know. And Minister will keep probably communicating about that.
Yeah, and I'll
issue.
See how we can go with.
Thank you.
Yep.
And can I just check with other wildlife underpasses and overpasses in other parts of regional New South Wales, particularly where it's known that there is a lot of wildlife crossing in those areas? I know there's the technology again, but does that trial indicate that the government is looking at alternatives other than, for example, overpasses and underpasses that have been shown to be very effective?
Look, before I will pass to Sally in that, but I just do want to say, just with the technology, my personal view is that, we have been trying to look at different ways also of alerting motorists. So, for example, the technology around getting the signs to identify that wildlife and then change, so you don't have the habituation of the driver to, I always drive this road, that sign's there, I don't really see it anymore because I'm just focusing on new things in there. That's something I think is important to trial that, and also the road pavement issues as well. So there's a few things in there that I think it's worthwhile we should look at that, because, to be honest, and everyone would understand this, it's not possible to put a culvert under every road that is there, or an overpass for animals. So I think there is a role to play, and obviously we're looking at the most effective solutions in the most critical places, and then there's obviously a delineation there. But I do take overall the commitment to ensuring the safety of koalas, and obviously to ensure their preservation. But I'll pass to Sally.
Just quickly on this, because I think this is my last round of questioning, actually, and we can come back to that in the afternoon, Ms. Webb. What consideration was undertaken or given in the department when, maybe, to you first, Minister, when pulling together these options for dealing with wildlife fatalities? What consideration was given to reducing speed at some time in some areas to cope with that? Clearly that is one tool, but it doesn't appear anywhere. Was it considered?
Look, I can't give you chapter and verse on every road, but I do know that I have been in conversations where that has been a consideration of reducing speed in particular areas. So I know that it must be. I can't say to you categorically.
But we don't do it, do we? I don't think we do it in this state.
Well,
except maybe in some national parks.
There's the review of environmental factors, and I know that just even in projects that I've had some of the Sydney MPs talking to me about today, and some of the regional ones actually, not today, this week over Parliament, because I spent a lot of time sort of catching up with colleagues that I hadn't met, to be honest, with some of them from the Sydney area, but even some of those I knew quite well from the regional area. It was looking at if we do this particular treatment to the road to address potentially a road safety or a road resilience issue, that would require a reduction in speed due to koalas. So it's actually a live conversation that's happening in transport. So I can categorically say that is happening. Whether it happens on every single road, I know that obviously, we have to do the planning. There are the review of environmental factors. Where we see wildlife impacts on any of the projects we're working on, we have to put in place mitigation measures, etc. So it is being taken into consideration.
In terms of the review of environmental factors, that's for new projects or upgrades of existing projects, isn't it? It's not like an assessment of, look, I understand what you're saying, but I'm also talking about existing roads where there's no review of environmental factors.
But I mean, I think, and I'm sure you should delve into this with Ms Webb later, but even in some of our maintenance projects, out west, we have constant, in the recovery space, and getting roads back in place, we do have environmental considerations and constraints that, sometimes you can't just put that road back in there because there will be a wildlife impact or a, or a fauna or flora, either or, impact that we have to address. So it's not just about new projects. In terms of the REF, obviously for new projects, but for recovery, it is a challenge that we do have to look at as well. So.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to follow on from the questions around speeding on country roads. Is there a specific, speeding everywhere, but the questions were particularly around some of the trials, but is there a program, like a speed zoning program in New South Wales, Mr. Cullen?
Yes, there is a speed zoning program.
That reassesses.
That's a component of the Towards Zero Safer Roads program. It's funded to the tune of around $4.5 million.
Is that for one financial year?
Yes, yeah. So that's now there are other projects clearly that also have speed zone reviews done depending on urban encroachment and other factors, but this is specifically targeted at the reduction of the trauma in the context of the Safer Roads program.
Right, so is that a proactive process within the department where there's a unit of the number of people that, is it something that local councils put in? How were those areas nominated?
So we do have a lot of nominations from local government in that program, as well as community nominations through our portal. For example, like last year in the high pedestrian activity area, speed zone reviews, we had 22 local centres that were actually implemented last year, 12 of them in the regions, 10 of them in the metropolitan area, and those projects were funded as individual projects under that program rather than just speed zone reviews.
Is there data or science behind this information?
Absolutely, and the high pedestrian activity areas in particular were evaluated and there were significant reductions in crashes associated with that, because we know that if you go from 50 to 40 that you halve the likelihood of a pedestrian being killed. And in fact that program in the evaluation indicated that those speed zone reductions for those high pedestrian activity areas virtually eliminated pedestrian fatalities, but also had an impact on other vehicle and casualty crashes involving all vehicles in those areas.
Okay, we can come back to that. Thank you. Mr. Benazir.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Minister, I might just go back to Ms Drover. One final question regarding CPB and this issue I've been exploring. Does the government require contractors to submit a corrective action plan when they've been found to have breached environmental or safety regulations, and has CPB submitted such a plan in response to past breaches?
Yes, usually the regulatory body that has imposed the fine or the notice of breach, etc., will ask for that.
Is Transport, as the lead agency, provided a copy of those?
Yes, we are.
Nice.
Yeah, and look, I am just checking which contracts we have with CPB. To my knowledge, off the top of my head, they're in joint venture for the Ring Freeway, as you mentioned. They're in joint venture for the M6. They're also in joint venture for one package of the M12, which is coming towards the end of its time, given we will open that for the opening of Western Sydney Airport.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll just check if there are any other projects we have with them, but that's off the top of my head all we have at this stage.
Thank you for that. Minister, I might just go to your joint announcement on the 30th of January regarding flood resilience in Kempsey Shire with the Dungay Creek Causeway being changed to a 75-metre bridge. You make reference to $3 million in natural disaster betterment funding. What is the total cost of the actual bridge? Is it the $3 million, or is that just a part funding?
Yeah, sorry, I just get it out so I can have a look at it to be exactly sure. So, sorry, so what was the question again?
So the $3 million that was mentioned in your joint media release, is that the total funding envelope, or what's the total cost of this?
My understanding is I can give you the exact figure. Is this right? Yeah, it's $3,037,501. So more than $3 million. Yep.
Okay, and that will build the 75-metre bridge, or is there what's the projected total cost? Is it that $3,375,000, or is there?
My understanding, Mr. Benaziak, is that that's the full cost, but we might take on notice and just confirm that Council's not making any co-contribution.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll might skip that and come back. Can I just go to Wallarang Station? You made a recent announcement around reopening, doing some early works to reopen rail services to that town. Are you able to tell us who was awarded the contract for those early works?
I will have to just quickly look that one up because I can't remember off the top of my head. Sorry. Yeah, I might come back on it. Sorry, I don't want to hold up your time, but I'll...
No, that's sure.
As we go.
And just so we can have some clarity, is Wallarang officially becoming part of the Blue Mountains line, or is it going to be included in that Blue Mountains line timetable, or is it going to run on a separate service similar to the Bathurst Bullet?
My understanding is that once it's operational, the plan was that the Dubbo XPT would stop there, and also potentially the Bathurst inner city. So it was part of it, but it wasn't to be like a full station, if you like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like a stop station, if you know what I mean.
Yep, sure.
Yep.
And I guess as part of this upgrade, what are you proposing in terms of facilities around the train station? In terms of disabled access, what other facilities will be included in this upgrade?
I think we're still doing the site investigations and that, so I will have to come back to you. I'll just keep looking. I don't want to hold up your time. Oh, Mr. Hayes, sorry. There you are, right front.
Mr. Hayes,
It's still very early days, and we're currently developing the scope, looking at the costings, and then there will be a round of community consultation to make sure that we hear the community's needs. It is not proposed to be a major upgrade. It is to ensure that the station can be operational again, and it can be added to existing services to provide passengers with greater access to Sydney. But it's not, at this early stage in the process, we don't have a lot of the details.
Okay.
Because basically, contracts was awarded for the early enabling works, building assessments, improvements to adjacent buildings, including the painting, cleaning and refurbishment. And then there's, still, I think that was about a month ago. We're hoping to have more conversations, as Mr. Hayes has said, with the community on the final stage, which will be some minor infrastructure works to bring it up to the standard, which will allow trains to stop there.
So have we done any modelling, or do we have any data on what the usage will be of this station, what those needs will be, or is that something that will form part of the community consultation?
Certainly the views of the community will be brought into bear on that, and obviously remembering that this was a commitment of the former government and funding, so we're working on that project to make sure that it gets delivered, because it had been some time since it was there. And obviously it's not just the 2,000 people who live in Wallerawang, it's also those people from the surrounding areas like Portland, Marangaroo and Lidsdale, so that will assist, and obviously there's tourism there, but it's one that the funding had been there from October 2022, and so we are just trying to get it happening.
Okay, thank you. I'm just following up on a question I've been asking regularly regarding Yarrawonga to Moala bridge crossing. In the last answer you gave, you said that the Murray River crossing strategic business case is being finalised and is going to be released to key stakeholders. Has that business case been finalised and released? I think last time I was dealing with Mr. Fuller.
Yeah, I think so. Just probably the most recent thing I've directly been involved in with that one is we had a meeting with the two cross-border commissioners for Victoria and New South Wales, and also Minister Horn from Victoria, to try and just sort of give everyone the understanding that we wanted to have some action on those Murray River crossings. In terms of where the business case is up to, I think Mr. Hayes would have...
I can probably help with that.
Oh, either or.
We've just had literally our team down in the Murray and renegotiated the Moady agreement, which covers off the different Murray River crossings, working with the Victorians. On the Victorian side, they're doing a movement and place study just to help inform the preferred option, if you like, which was subject to the business case. So that's in the final stages of being refined and agreed between the sort of, I guess, the two border towns in terms of what is the best option, and then we'll be looking to present that for delivery funding.
And our understanding is that our view on the preferred crossing is also shared by the two councils. So that, it's just our Victorian counterparts just finishing off their work now.
Okay, Ian, you mentioned the Victorian government leading a movement network study. Is that the work that you're talking about?
Correct.
Okay, and you said that they're seeking funding. Have they approached you for any co-contribution?
No, I don't think they're necessarily seeking funding. They're doing that movement and place study on the other side just to help inform the selection of the options. And then once that's all agreed, both sides, then we'll be looking at options for the delivery funding component.
Sure. And the other part of your answer speaks about recent maintenance work, including rehabilitation plates, reinforcing spans. Has any assessment been conducted on those works to see how much that extends the bridge's lifespan?
I think at the moment, in terms of those Murray River crossings, we're comfortable that our current maintenance regimes gives them the lifespan while we undertake work for some of the replacements, and in some cases expands their life as they've been identified as structures that we want to retain as part of our overall conservation timber trust bridge strategy.
Okay, so you don't have a projected deadline where you would have to have a replacement bridge up and established?
Oh, look, I'm sure some of our bridge engineers have got some timeframes that they'd like project teams to work to, but at this point in time, there's no immediate concern. The bridge is being maintained and able to meet the existing requirements.
Okay.
All right, great. We'll go to, we've got, I think, 7 minutes or something, was it? Yeah, for the opposition, Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, we were talking about Fair Free Days earlier. How many Fair Free Days has this government implemented since it came to office?
I'd have to take that one on notice. Oh, no. There we go. Secretary's got it for you.
There have been 2, Mr. Fang.
Were they concurrent days? It was a weekend, was it?
There was a weekend. They were both weekends. One was on the Sydney Light Rail network.
Yes.
And one was on the Sydney Trains and Trainlink network.
Okay. So how many regional commuters were eligible to access that Fair Free Day?
Well, on those, for the regional commuters through New South Wales Trainlink, what we did is we refunded tickets that were already pre-purchased, and then we opened up further bookings that were at no cost if people wanted to join those services on that weekend.
Okay. So, in relation to people that were affected during the Christmas period who had bookings and then had to change their bookings because they got notification through text messages or the like that there's a likelihood that their service may be impacted because of rail strikes, how did you look to assist those regional commuters that were impacted?
I'd have to look at exactly the dates that you're referring to. Certainly the services have run across those periods. We have at all times sought to give our passengers the most information we possibly could, and that included when there were either delays or potential staffing issues across those periods. But really, when we've looked at those days of larger disruptions, there've been a couple of those where the system was overwhelmed by the amount of disputation that was occurring. They were not in the Christmas period.
You accept, however, that where there's an impact to rural and regional commuters, that it's disproportionately more impactful. So, for example, somebody that was planning to travel to Sydney for the Christmas period, booked on the train, and then receives notification that their travel in 24 hours may not occur because of union disruption on the rail lines. That means that, you know, they're not sure whether they're going to leave their home, be able to get to Sydney for Christmas and be able to get home in time. That has a greater impact than if you're travelling in metropolitan areas. What are you going to do to help those people?
Certainly we're very aware of that impact, that it is very difficult if someone has booked on the Trainlink service sometimes weeks or months in advance, and they are expecting to use that service for that time. I would say, though, we also trade that off against looking at how the impacts actually then do carry through. And I'm pleased to say that even on some of the days where there was significant disruption in Sydney, we did maintain a very good service level on trains.
I'm just very aware that some of those commuters actually then had to book alternative transport, which cost multiples more than what they had actually spent, just in the 20 seconds.
It's like when you shut the trains down and we had people from
Well,
Newcastle
Minister, that's not
weren't
the
able
Minister.
to
That's
do
not
that.
helpful.
And
I've got one more question,
under
Minister. I've got
under
one
your
more.
government,
That's
you
not,
had 3 out of the 6 days
Minister,
where you provided free fares.
I've got one last question I want to ask Mr. Murray in the now 10 seconds I've got left. Mr. Murray, the Roselle interchange, the continual announcements that come through over the radio broadcasts are certainly quite annoying, and I think are actually not beneficial to the travellers, particularly from rural and regional communities that are trying to navigate. Do you think that the incessant broadcasting that occurs during morning peak hour, and I'm pretty sure people know that they're in peak hour because they're not travelling more than 1 or 2 kilometres an hour, might find those announcements slightly distracting?
You're referring to the automated broadcast within the tunnels themselves?
Yes.
I'd have to take that on notice and look into your concerns about it more closely. I'm happy to do that.
Okay,
Well, I
great.
think every
All right, thank you.
commuter
That's that. We've got last few minutes. Minister, back to regional rail, last couple of minutes. The Canberra to Sydney intercity train service remains at 3 services per day in each direction with 5-hour gaps. I've been told that's unchanged since 1993. So passenger demand has increased. You're improving regional rail. So will the government increase service frequency in these areas? So that's Queanbeyan, Polarin, Goulburn, Mulwaree, Wingecarribee, Wallandilly, LGAs.
Yeah, so this goes back to the same issue. You know, we just don't have rolling stock to put on additional trains because the former government failed to deliver their project of new trains in 8 years, and we are working hard to get more trains on the network, and we will continue to do that.
And what's your discussions been with the ACT Chief Minister? I understand that they've been actively campaigning for improvements to the service. Has this government been in consultation with the ACT Chief Minister?
I've had a brief meeting with Chief Minister Barr, just more around, to be clear, the actual station in Kingston. But I can see Mr Hayes, there has been much more officer level discussion, so I'll pass to him.
If I may, so we have established a working group with the ACT government. I was down in Canberra a few weeks back to meet with them, and there are a number of priorities that we're working on. Probably the most important one is to look at opportunities to reduce travel time on the current service, increase patronage, and then looking at broader issues. So the main priority has not been to look at increasing the number of services. It's been to try and make the current service perform more efficiently.
What's the most in terms of the current service? What do you think the most could be in terms of reducing the time taken to commute between, to travel between Canberra and Sydney? I mean, will it make that much of a difference?
Usual story, it depends on the amount of money that we're willing to spend. So there are a number of short-term opportunities that we've identified that may help to increase for a relatively cost-effective solution, and then obviously there are sections that would require significant investment to make them faster, and that would be a pretty big discussion.
Minister, so with the new trains that are coming on, are you saying that those new trains, once we've got them into service, that will mean that there'll be more services running between Canberra and Sydney in terms of those intercity train services?
It's not as direct relationship as that, if I can say it that way. Obviously, we have the trains that were ordered by the previous government, which we are working to deliver, and then we'll have refurbished XPTs. So there may be opportunities or other.
My last question,
trains.
last 10 seconds. So does that mean that New South Wales is going to these discussions with the ACT saying additional train services are out of the question? What can we do instead?
Look, we're going there to try and work out how we can improve that rail service, and it is about doing whatever we can, and obviously that is looking at the procurement of the new fleet, what opportunities that has for existing fleet, and then just in terms of all those other issues that Mr Hayes raised around the reliability, the speed, and other patronage issues on the train. So it's a broad discussion, and we're engaged in it and very engaged. So yeah.
Thank you, Minister. Okay, questions from government members?
No questions.
No questions. Excellent. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
That is all that will be required of you for today. Thanks so much from our point of view anyway. And to the officials, we'll be back at 2 o'clock. We'll break for lunch now. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. We'll go straight to questions again, starting with the opposition. Mr. Westphane.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Murray, when you came into the role as Secretary, obviously you hadn't been part of the then opposition or government for a period of time. Obviously, that meant that you, I guess, were coming into the role perhaps without some of the knowledge that the opposition brought in to government. Would that be a fair assumption to say?
Knowledge of the opposition?
Knowledge of some of their commitments and the like detailed knowledge. You weren't involved in the policy decisions of the then opposition.
That's correct. I joined Transport in August of 2023, and then when I came on board, I was obviously briefed on election commitments and the like.
Okay. And they would have asked you to deliver those election commitments. Is that a reasonable assumption?
Yes, we have a process within the department where we review our election commitment progress. We report that up to the Cabinet Office so that they keep a central record of what's being delivered and where it's up to, and we go through that on a quarterly basis in Transport.
Okay. So how was the list of election commitments communicated to you?
We have a register. It names the commitments, the number, the value, the progress.
Was that created by the Minister's Office, or was that part of Transport for New South Wales?
No, we create that within collate that within Transport, and we manage that.
Okay, so I guess when the incoming government swore their oaths to the governor and then I guess formed their offices, they would have detailed those election commitments. How was it that Transport for New South Wales collated them? As in, did the minister or did staffers provide them with the lists so that they could form those, I guess, spreadsheets that Transport keeps?
Thanks for the question. I'd have to take that on notice just as to how they were translated from the list of commitments into what Transport would then see as approved and would manage on the way through.
Yeah.
I would anticipate that would come through Premiers and the Cabinet Office, which at the time was one body.
Yeah, and I think you can see sort of where I'm going with this. I'm just trying to understand in my own mind how an election commitment has gone from being something that a candidate or the shadow minister might have announced before or during the election campaign, how it goes from that announcement to actually getting on the list. And so there must have been, given that Transport is effectively, public servants that are apolitical, they must have been provided by either the Premier's office or the Minister's office or somebody that these are the priority election commitments that we've said we will deliver prior to the election. So that's where I guess I'm seeking to understand how they were collated, who collated them, and where they're kept.
And also those commitments would have all gone through the budgeting process.
Yes.
So that register would have been at the date of the election.
I'm getting there because I've actually got in front of me now. I won't table it because it's freely available, but I've got the election costing request form, which it's they're all available on the website that the Parliamentary Budget Office has used to assess a lot of these projects. And I've got the one here for the Regional Roads Fund. Now, are you familiar with that, Mr. Murray?
I'm not familiar with that document.
Okay. Obviously, they've said they'd create a capped $334 million regional road fund as part of that election commitment, which, is all above board. I understand that. I guess I'm just trying to seek to understand the process behind that. In relation to the election commitments that are made under that regional road fund, can you outline to me the process of Transport having a list of these commitments and how it is that you're going to deliver those?
Yes, I might ask Mr. Hayes to assist me on this. The projects in the Regional Road Fund There is a mix. Many of them are delivered by councils, depending on the value, the complexity, the road in question. A number of others are delivered by transport, and we are working through those. For those that have business cases, they are going through a process at the moment. Each is up to a different level through that.
Okay, Mr. Hayes?
Yes, to reiterate the Secretary's comments, that 18 of the current election commitments were to provide funds to council for specific projects.
Okay.
And deeds have been signed with all councils to match those commitments.
Yep.
And then the remainder are being delivered within transport resources.
So that would leave 10 as a remainder, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to tell me what those 10 are?
I can indeed. They are $15 million for duplication of the Thornton Rail Bridge.
Okay.
12 million for Golden Highway improvements. 1.5 million for Churros Head intersection. 20 million for Bulli bypass investigations. An additional $6 million for the Spears Point roundabout at Lake Macquarie. 40 million towards planning and design for the Gosford bypass. And 10 million for investigation of on-ramps at the M1 Princess Motorway.
Yep. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Apologies, sorry.
So, you said the Thornton Bridge rail upgrade, is that correct?
Yes.
That was, yep. And there should be 3 more?
Yes, my apologies. There is $10 million to upgrade the Yass Road, Bungendore, Ellerton Road.
Yep.
7 point. That was the initial election commitment. And last one on my list here, 7.5 million for Alphadale Crossroads on the Bruxner Highway.
Okay, so that's 9 by my calculation.
Then I probably missed one along the way. I apologise. I can certainly double check on that.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind. So, Mr. Murray, the deeds are signed with the councils to deliver those projects, and all of those 20 that are council deliverable, 18 that are council deliverable, they're underway, is that correct? Or they've been funded at least?
They've been funded, they've been the correspondence with councils, and they are progressing. They're all up to individual levels of delivery.
Okay. And then obviously Transport for New South Wales is taking on the delivery of the remainder of those projects, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the Regional Roads Fund as it stands at the moment, how was that formed and created by Transport for New South Wales?
Well, it's a budget allocation. It's something that was received in the budget of the time after the commitment was made by government.
Okay. What are the criteria that are applied to projects that are funded out of that Regional Roads Fund?
They are election commitments.
So there's no criteria that's applied to them?
There are specific rules regarding how the funding is spent, but no, my understanding is they're election commitments.
Okay. So in that case then, why is there, I guess, a business case process that's being undertaken for certain projects, given that they're going to be refunded regardless?
For good governance, to make sure that we are looking at all of the options and defining the best way to go ahead with a specific project.
And I think that's quite admirable. You know, good governance is important, especially when it's taxpayers' money. But Mr. Hayes, here's the question. What happens if the business case doesn't stack up after the government's already made the election commitment? What then?
My understanding is if it's an election commitment, our role is not to be deciding whether we do it or not, but be deciding on the the most appropriate way to do it.
Okay, so you've used the words good governance. Would you agree that if a business case is conducted for a project that's an election commitment that doesn't stack up but goes ahead anyway, that would demonstrate a failure of governance?
I might jump in on that one, Mr. Hayes. I won't comment on a hypothetical that a business case doesn't stack up, but I would state that business cases in this regard are not just they're different to business cases that we might talk about, well, what's a business case for the Sydney Metro or something. These cases will consider local conditions, logistics in building the road. It is those broader logistics as well as what's the road going to cost that goes into that. So we often get into this debate about what's a business case, particularly for, as you mentioned, for things that are election commitments, and what is the extent of surveying and studies that should go in if the government has committed to it or it's been an election mandate. But as I say, they're often much broader in terms of what is the actual delivery logistics that are required. And therefore the business case provides a good first step before any pre-construction work.
Whilst I agree with you, Mr. Murray, I'm going to use the words that Mr. Hayes so eloquently put, which is it's good governance. Should these matters not have been addressed prior to the election commitment occurring?
It's not for us to comment, I think. We have a process, we have a fund, we have a number of projects that we're looking at. Obviously, if there were concerns about any of those projects, then we would take that back to government, we would have that discussion.
Where you have a website and you have, I guess, a fund called the Regional Roads Fund, and you identify I guess the projects, the pot of money, what you're seeking to achieve, as you do on the Transport for New South Wales website. Wouldn't you consider that to be potentially something that people would look at and think that there was a level of scrutiny applied to the projects that were committed under that list?
Again,
it was pretty closed, wasn't it, Mr. Murray? There was no competitive nature to this. This was literally a decision of the then opposition that they've sought to fund.
Well, I think the Minister in the earlier session talked to some of the considerations that went into listening to local communities. I can't comment to that.
So, looking at the list, and I know my colleague has, I guess, explained some of the analysis we've done in relation to this this funding project, the Regional Roads Fund. How is it that one electorate has 32% of the funding from this Regional Roads Fund? Did that create any alarm bells within Transport for New South Wales that out of this fund, one electorate gets 32% of the money?
Again, I'd just point to the discussion earlier about election commitments. These were priorities identified by the former opposition and brought to government.
Okay. Is there a mechanism within Transport for New South Wales that says, well, hang on a second, that's $334 million of taxpayers' money that's being expended at this point by the now government? This project, these projects, is seeing 32% of that flowing to one electorate, and it's certainly the case that, as my colleague indicated, 82% of those projects are now in Labor-held electorates. Does that not ring some alarm bells within Transport for New South Wales about pork barrelling?
No, Mr. Fang, the projects that have been identified we look at on an individual basis. They're all progressing on an individual basis. They are funded They have their good governance processes that Mr Hayes has referred to. It is our job to deliver those. They have been outlined by the government as priorities. They put those out publicly before the election, and they, as any incoming government, state or federal, has the ability to do, is to put their commitments, should they be elected, out there. It's then up to the agencies to work out the ways to implement.
But ultimately, the agency has a limited budget, it has limited manpower. You've effectively been tasked with delivering 10 or 9. We'll come to whatever.
I apologise, I will come back to you, yes.
We'll come back to that exact number of projects. Does Transport for New South Wales not think to say to the Minister, well, hang on, we've got limited resources here. You're directing 32% of that total fund to one electorate. 82% of those, 87%, my apologies, 87% is being delivered in ALP seats. There's nothing that's being delivered west of the Great Dividing Range out of this $334 million. There's perhaps some issues here. We need to look at what we're doing in relation to this regional roads fund. It's not very regional. It's not a very well dispersed fund.
Well, I would say, just to also put on record, it's not as though these are the only regional roads projects that are going on around the state. This is a particular fund that was set up by the government in opposition or committed to in opposition, that it would have a $330 million fund to outline these projects. We, of course, have a range of other projects in development and delivery across regional New South Wales of varying sizes. To your question about resourcing, many of these are council grants, as you understand, and our teams in the regions are very tightly linked with councils to help administer those, but I wouldn't see that it would be a additional resource constraint in terms of administering those.
I'm sure, Mr Murray, as somebody that's well versed in the media, you would have been keeping abreast of the revelations that have come out of the Small Commitments Allocation Grants Inquiry. Can you offer me some insight as to how that process differs from what we've got here?
I'm not, contrary to your assertion, I'm not well versed in that matter. I prefer to stick to the issues of transport for today.
Well, I'll assist you then, Mr Murray. You've got commitments that were made out of the election that the government is now seeking mechanisms to be able to fund those commitments. Whilst that program was more evenly distributed than this one, what we're seeing here is cherry picking of certain projects that the then opposition, in seats that the then opposition was seeking to get electoral success in, and now a slush fund has been created in order to provide these projects with the funding to move forward. You can see that there's perhaps some concern from members of Parliament and electorates and the people in New South Wales that this is another ALP slush fund that's being used to fund projects that they want to win seats with.
Yes, the point of order has been taken by Mr Buddigy.
The member, somewhat valiantly I guess, attempts repeatedly to make what are in essence political points about the government's priorities or the then opposition's priorities. The Secretary has answered this on probably 3 occasions now, in the sense that it's up to the opposition what they promise in opposition, and it's up to the bureaucracy to deliver in government. That's exactly the answer that's been given. And I understand the member wants to make a political point, but it's a bit gratuitous. I think he should call into order. It's not in the remit of the Secretary to make decisions about political priorities.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Buttigieg. I would remind the member just to ask questions, obviously, which are generally relevant to the proposed expenditure within this portfolio area. I think he was starting to also, just in terms of the witness, has taken this question a lot. They can take it on notice or choose to answer how they see fit. So I'll give you one more question.
Well, I was just, I guess, seeking to understand how it may differ, given that there's been some controversy in relation to that project. What rigour, what conflict of interest, what assessments were put over these projects before Transport for New South Wales has simply just committed to delivering them?
Thanks, Mr. Fang. The process, as I've outlined, is that the government went through a process when in opposition of consultation with councils and other groups. Transport was presented with a list of priorities. The budget committed to that process. And I would also raise that there was also a further election commitment of $390 million for the Regional Emergency Repair Fund, which went to every council. So Transport looks at all of these, and our job is to then ensure we can deliver, and we can deliver projects that are feasible and deliver the outcomes that the government is looking for in terms of safer roadways, which is what the aims of the Regional Road Fund was.
Thank you. Ms. Drover, I just wanted to go back to the regional train fleet, the new fleet. So I think before when I asked you about whether, when the first train would be in service, which I think was at some point we may have had end of December this year deadline. Is that correct? Has that ever been a public deadline, firstly?
The first public deadline was some years ago. I think it was 2023. But we acknowledge there have been significant delays to this fleet.
Could you just move the microphone a little bit closer to you?
Sorry.
Thank you.
So look, as I understand it, when the trains were first procured, the deadline was for the first passenger service was some years ago, and we are, I acknowledge, well past that. What we're trying to do is get the train into service as quickly as we can, but that necessitates thorough and diligent dynamic testing of the train, and that's what we're in the process of undertaking at the moment.
Okay, so in terms of what Transport for New South Wales is working towards in terms of a deadline, because you're not clearly working to no deadline in terms of having that first train in service, what are people being told? What are you working towards? Because it can't just be when we can make it happen. There has to be a deadline you're working towards. Is it December 25 or is it later now?
We are trying to put the trains into service as quickly as we can. That is the most efficient way, the most cost effective, and of course that delivers a benefit to community as fast as we can. But it is one thing leads to the other, and the train must be dynamically tested, and it needs to go through that process. And issues will arise, as they arise with any new fleet of trains coming into service. And as they arise, they are addressed and tweaks are made, and that's the process we're going through. So I'm not willing to commit to a hard and fast date. My instructions to the team and the contractor is do it as soon as we can. The team worked over the Christmas break. They worked very hard to get the ONSA accreditation and the information from the contractor to support that ONSA accreditation. We've got the crew tested and ready to undertake that. Sorry, the crew trained and ready to undertake the testing. But I can't magic up a date where we're going to be through the dynamic testing process, because there's a whole series of tests we have to undertake. The train will fail some of those tests, I imagine. They always do. I mean, that's the nature of why we do the testing, to check that this train will work safely and efficiently and meet customer expectations on our network. And that hasn't occurred before, so that's why we're going through the process.
But when you're saying trains always fail testing, so that's automatically, I assume, taken into what would be a standard time frame, the way in which you're talking about the testing that's going to be undertaken in the next, say, 8 months, 12 months. You don't sound very optimistic about how that's going to go.
I just don't want to mislead the committee nor the community. We will do it as quickly as we can. It will take some months is our expectation.
Some months to undertake the testing.
Pardon?
There's some months to undertake the testing in the best case scenario.
Yes, and that was always the plan. If you look at the original program, before the delays occurred, it was always envisaged that it would take months to undertake this testing process, because we've got a long geography to test across, and we've got two types of running to test, the electric mode and also the diesel mode. And we are also modifying the surrounding network to accommodate this new fleet of trains, which was always envisaged.
So with the testing that started in February, you might have to take this on notice, but it would be good to know the frequency of the testing on the tracks. It's in Sydney now, I understand, so being tested on the electric network.
That's right.
I understand, obviously, at night to not be too
That's
disruptive.
Right. It's generally at night.
It would be very useful for the committee to know what that the frequency of testing on the tracks is. Would you be able to take that on notice?
I can take that on notice, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Just want to turn to the strategic regional integrated transport plans that are being undertaken and the consultation of those. Who's?
Mr. Hayes.
I just wanted to understand, so when the community is promised, so having a look at, for example, I'm on the website for the Illawarra Shoalhaven, it says that is set to be delivered. So the plan's set to be delivered in 2025. There's been 419 contributions so far on that interactive map. What can the community expect to be delivered? Has a draft plan now been prepared for the community based on these 419 contributions? Let's use this Illawarra Shoalhaven as an example. So what can they expect? I don't mean specific individual changes to buses, but broadly speaking.
Yes. Thank you very much for the question, because we're actually quite excited about where we're trying to get to with these new plans. It's been an iterative process throughout. We started by seeking feedback from the community. We then put a plan together and we put that back out for further feedback from the community. The aim of the plan, and there'll be 9 of them when we're finished, but the aim is, instead of Transport having, here's a plan for your region, what we really want to do is have one piece of paper that's been agreed on between ourselves, Council, Chamber of Commerce, the local Country Women's Association, all key stakeholders in a specific area. We want to end up with one piece of paper that we all agree are our list of priorities. We still have a lot of work to do once we come up with the initial SRITP for each region, and we'll be doing a lot of work behind the scenes then at looking at prioritisation to identify what we believe are the key priority projects from within each list that we come up with. But it's about taking a holistic approach to the region, understanding that the people of Tamworth have completely different priorities to the people of Byron Bay. So let's listen to that community, understand what their priorities are, and see if we can come up with an agreed strategic plan that we can all work towards together. That makes it a much easier conversation when we're talking to our minister, but also when we're talking to Treasury, when we're talking to the federal government, to be able to say, this is an agreed plan, we think is a wonderful step forward.
So looking at the draft the Hunter has been released, the plan's been released for public exhibition and has closed. There's one other, is that correct?
There's one other in the South region at the moment, and there's 3 tranches of 3, and I can provide the dates. I haven't got them right in front of me right now, but I can provide the dates of each tranche. But there is significant periods of time allocated for community feedback, but also working with local MPs, local council, as I said, Chamber of Commerce, etc. And what we're trying to do is, at each stage in the process, take it back to the community and say, right, this is where we're at now. Can we have further feedback to make sure that we end up with an agreed plan?
Okay, and then the time frame, for example, for the earliest, and I think the Hunter, is that right, is the earliest one?
Yes.
So the time frame for that, in terms of, say, the time frame of 0 to 5 year time frame, we expect the first year to start. Is it commencing early 2026 for the Hunter, for example, or is that this year? We can see that the next budget.
So tranche 1, draft plans for the Hunter, Southeast and Tablelands are now on public exhibition.
I think the Hunter's
have just
closed,
finished.
actually.
Have just closed. That's right. Tranche 2 is Central Coast, Central West Arana, and Illawarra Shoalhaven. And engagement will continue until April. And then Tranche 3 is Far West, North Coast, New England, North West, and Riverina Murray, and they'll continue through till January 25.
Okay, so for example, short-term and in-flight draft initiatives for the Hunter draft plan, 0 to 5 year time frame, just as an example, say Lake Macquarie Newcastle review ferry service improvements. So if that was in the final plan, when is the final plan expected to be adopted, and then the beginning of the operationalising of this strategic plan? Is that expected within this term of government, say next year, or what does that look like?
The Minister has been very clear that she has an expectation all of these plans will be done in this term. As part of that will be the work the team is now beginning to undertake in terms of prioritising what are the key projects. Obviously that depends on the projects, depends on whether it's public transport or it's infrastructure or whatever the key projects are. We then need to work that way through. But what we're trying to do is, instead of it appearing ad hoc, the transport are just making decisions, without that engagement, or one of the things I've heard is that, well, transport makes these decisions and then consults. What we're trying to do this time is consult before we come up with the key list of priorities.
Thank you. Questions from Mr. Beneziak now.
Thank you, Chair. I might just go to questions I asked of the Minister last estimates around the heavy vehicle safety upgrades on the Golden Highway between Dubbo and Dunedoo. The answer I got back was that the civil works for the project were complete at the end of 2023, but there were some integrated works that were to be completed by November 2024. Have those works been completed now? Yeah, it's the heavy vehicle inspection station.
Yes, look, my understanding is that those works have now been completed.
Okay.
I've just turned to my colleague, Matt. I'm confident those have been completed by now, yes.
Okay, and do we have a final cost? Because the final cost couldn't be given to me because we were waiting on the integrated works to be completed. So do we have a...
I'll take that question on notice.
Thank you. Can you provide any specific or any details on the specific infrastructure and technology that was included as part of these integrated works, and whether that testing station is actually operational at the moment?
I'll take the specifics of that question on notice.
Okay, thank you. It's just been described to me by a heavy vehicle operator as a demountable with a building and a way pad, so I'm just curious as to where that $7 million or more expenditure has gone. Mr. Over, are you in a position to answer some more questions on Richmond Bridge?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I can provide some better clarity.
Okay.
You mentioned there was a submission that the local council had prepared. So I can confirm that our consultation process finished on the 21st of February. So just over a month ago. We are obviously assessing and reviewing all those submissions, and then we will come out probably by the middle of this year with a submissions report, and with that will follow the determination for the REF. The REF covers the whole project, So we are getting on and delivering stage 1. But the REF covers both stage 2A and 2B, so the full project. Given the current funding allocation, we anticipate, subject to the feedback from the community, that we'll be proceeding with the procurement of stage 2A in the near term this year. But depending on that feedback from community and the available funding, we're still making a decision on the 2B section of the project. The actual the bridge, the 4-lane bridge, that is delivered as part of 2A. So there will be a bridge delivered as an absolute minimum for that project.
Okay. And in terms of the community's view, which they put quite strongly, they want to seek an alternative proposal or route that doesn't divert traffic through the township, which was their original request. Is it possible that will occur as part of your response to their feedback, or is the route set?
Well, we haven't determined the REF because, of course, we do need to receive that feedback from the community. So it's all in. The team is diligently going through it, and then based on that feedback, the REF will be determined, and then we'll know exactly what we are going to build.
Okay, excellent. Can you provide, one thing they did mention to me was a former proposal around that would have provided a longer term or long-term solution, which is the Castle Ray Freeway. That was originally planned but abandoned. Can you provide any feedback as to why that project or proposal was abandoned?
Okay, happy to take that on notice.
Yeah, sure, thank you.
I know there are about half a dozen original schemes for the area.
Yeah.
And then I think we went to consultation with a lesser number, but I'll take that on notice.
Yeah, they just specifically mentioned that one, so obviously it was a sticking point for some of the community. Can I just go to the Green Dot reflector program? Mr. Murray, feel free to direct it to have a chance. It's Mr. Hayes?
That's me.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. So can you tell us how much or how the 11.9 million was allocated across those 14 green reflector sites?
In terms of what the funding was actually spent on, or
yeah,
where the destinations are that we've chosen?
I've got the list of destinations, just a breakdown of how much was spent across each of those 14. Was it just evenly distributed, or was there some sites that required a bit more work?
There were 7 sites in the south.
Yep.
And then the remaining 7 were split relatively evenly for west and north.
Okay. Were there any specific factors that required more cost at different sites, or was it where it wasn't evenly spread?
No, I apologise. This is not my specific area. Most
Sorry,
of the time.
and I am getting into the weeds a bit.
Yes, but no, I believe that it was done in consultation with the freight industry, and it was identified that they were the priorities that they would like to see us do.
Okay.
Mr. Benaziak, I can probably add that it's not 11.9 just for those green reflector sites. It's an $11.9 million program. It's a minor works program across heavy vehicle rest areas. The 11 reflector sites were part of that program.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So do you have the breakdown of what the green dot reflectors made up of in terms of that?
No,
the
11.9. We'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, we'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
And who is responsible for maintaining these sites once they're all established? And what does that maintenance look like?
Once they're agreed to, they actually come to my part of the operation under road maintenance, and so the heavy vehicle rest areas, the green reflector sites, which are primarily agreed sites with industry. You'd be well aware of the engagement with Mr. Hannafy and the setup and the establishment of those. They're, largely speaking, quite a lot of those are just pull-off areas and things.
Yeah.
So we're maintaining shoulders and access, and as we do as part of our normal network maintenance through those parts of the corridor.
So you don't need an additional funding allocation for that?
It is all part of the overall maintenance allocation in terms of what we do, with the exception of some of these discrete packages as they come along for upgrades and for renewal. So in this case, that $11.9 million heavy vehicle improvement program.
Okay. And is it the department's view to expand beyond these these 14 locations at some point, or is these 14 locations acting like a trial to see how it goes, or?
There's quite a lot more than these sites that were just recently announced. They were an addition. I'd have to take the exact number on notice, but certainly the freight branch, as part of Transport, are actively engaged with the heavy vehicle industry to look at the opportunities for green reflector sites, for other heavy vehicle rest areas, the election commitments that we're seeking to fulfil in Western Sydney, etc. So there's a number of additional opportunities. We're looking to make travel on the network safer for heavy vehicle drivers, yes.
Yeah. And I guess how are we measuring, improvements in rest stop usage or road safety with these reflector sites? Is there a mechanism we're using to measure their impact?
I think it's my understanding that the freight branch, particularly where heavy vehicle participants use telematics, they are able to get information back, working with the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator, on the use and frequency of the different rest sites around the state, and that informs part of their planning process. So that's certainly really valuable information to inform movement and where rest breaks are really critically provided.
Yeah, and these are locatable on people's GPS, just like other heavy vehicle rest stops for.
I'd have to take that on notice. I think you're right in saying that, but there's certainly, the idea of the green reflector sites is it provides that advance warning for trucks, but I think they are well known and potentially tracked through GPS.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Look, I've only got 50 seconds. I might throw it back to you, Chair. And
yes, sure. Why don't we get in the last that little time just a quick update? Yes, what I ask every time, an update on the roll on bikes. You were expecting it, weren't you? You prepped for it.
I have prepped for it. Thanks, Ms. Fairman. So we had our last meeting with the bike users group that we're engaging with that's helping us design the solution here. That meeting was on the 5th of March. We have another meeting scheduled in June. Really strong and positive engagement with the group. You'll be aware we did do a limited trial just before Christmas. It did get postponed as a result of protected industrial action and then running into the school holidays where we were never going to run it on that service. That provided us with only limited data points. We did actually only have one of the users bring their bike as a roll-on onto that service, so we're very keen this financial year to run the trial again so that we're getting more data points. The engagement that we're having with the user groups do tell us that there's some enhancements that we can make in terms of additional days that we might be able to offer that trial. At the moment, or in the previous trial, it was only during weekdays, so we're looking at how we might expand that across weekends. We're also looking at whether we can include additional stops. At the moment, or in the previous trial, it was simply central through to Dubbo. So whether there was the opportunity for us to have other locations where people could bring their roll-on bike. So all of these things are being factored into redesign of the trial, which, as I say, we expect to roll out before the end of this financial year.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to that. Questions from the opposition? Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Murray, you'll recall that my colleague asked the Minister earlier this morning about the source of the funds for the Regional Roads Fund. Do you recall the answer that the Minister gave?
Not off the top of my head, no.
I think she indicated that the funding had come from some of the previous commitments that the then government had made that perhaps weren't delivered within the time frame since you've come to government. Well, sorry, the Minister has come to government. But the reason we asked the question was the election costing request form that was given to the Parliamentary Budget Office indicated that these funds were going to come from a single source. Do you recall what that source is, Mr. Murray?
No, I'm not aware of that.
they were to come from the Snowy Hydro Fund. Now, as a result, the Parliamentary Budget Office effectively put a costing of zero against this fund because it was to come from unallocated or redirected funds from that source funding. Are you aware of what criteria these projects needed to satisfy in order to be able to access that fund?
On the specifics of the funding, as the Minister said earlier, I think that's a question best asked of the Treasurer in the session.
Mr. Murray, I would agree with you, but in this case, in this instance, in order to access that block of funding, these projects needed to satisfy certain criteria. The question that I'm going to ask you is who has determined that these projects have satisfied that criteria?
I'll have to take that on notice in terms of the criteria of the individual projects in the fund.
Okay. Mr. Hayes, of the projects that have been either funded through deeds to councils or work has commenced by Transport for New South Wales, how many of those projects have business cases attached to them?
Of the council projects, I am aware that council has commenced business case for the East Nowra subarterial. Transport, we have commenced business cases on 4 of the projects, and we have completed business cases on Yass Road and the Gosford Bypass.
Okay. So, where the business case has, I guess, is ongoing or hasn't been commenced yet, how are you determining whether they're able to fit criteria that will allow them to receive funding from the Snowy Hydro Fund?
I can't comment on the Snowy Hydro Fund. I know nothing about that at all, other than our role is to deliver on the election commitments as we've been asked to do by government, and that's what we are doing.
Let me read you this section from the Parliamentary Budget Office assessment of the Regional Roads Fund. To use the funds from the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund, they would need to meet the purpose of the fund, which is to improve economic development in regional New South Wales by investing in infrastructure projects of primary benefit to the regions. The PBO considers it reasonable that the funds could be repurposed for building new roads in rural and regional areas as they align with the purpose and support one of the key focus areas, rail, road, passenger connectivity. Now, surely there needs to be a process to ensure that each of these projects that are committed under this fund will meet that criteria before it can access funds from the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund. Who is doing that work, Mr. Murray?
Well, I'd have to check that exact wording that you've just put out. However, it did just align with the building of roads in regional New South Wales, which is the entire purpose of the Regional Roads Fund.
Yes.
I would also say that election commitments made prior to the 2023 election were then considered as a whole by the new government when they were elected and went through a central agencies process to be authorised and to be given back to us as delivery agencies. So these processes have been followed through in terms of allowing us to now get on with the delivery of that work.
Who is responsible, though, in relation to ensuring that this assessment work has occurred before any funds are delivered in these projects?
Well, I think going back to Mr. Hayes' earlier question, our role here is to deliver on these approved projects. We have an allocation through the budget process. We have clear visibility on that money and what we need to go and deliver, and we're working with councils and our delivery partners to make that happen. These processes to which you refer, I think, relate to the transition to government, which I can't comment on.
Whilst I appreciate that, I think what we're trying to do is understand the rigour that's gone over these projects and how the funding and the expenditure is being assessed, monitored by not only Transport for New South Wales but the government. And so there's not a lot of clarity here in relation to from the period that the commitments were made until now. And so certainly the Shadow Regional Roads Minister and us here asking questions aren't actually convinced that there's been any assessment process other than the commitment being given prior to the election and then now simply just handing over the funds. Can you provide me any certainty that this isn't the case and that there's been some level of assessment and criteria applied to these commitments prior to the funding?
As I say, I can only comment to Transport's processes, which is to seek approval through the budgeting process to get allocations to do this work, which we have. It's in line with the commitments that were made. And I would only be able to refer you to other agencies if it's about the Snowy Fund or any other elements that may have an impact on where this money originally was repurposed from.
Okay. Before I hand over to my colleague, I've just got one final question on this matter. I may come back to it later, but just at this stage, I just want to reaffirm an answer that I got earlier, which is that because these are election commitments as made by the then opposition, regardless of what business case or assessment or any level of criteria that might be applied to these projects post the election, that might indicate that these are projects that aren't good value for money or are undeliverable or are deliverable within the budget range that was identified. Regardless of all of that, these projects will go ahead. Is that correct?
We don't see any impediments to delivering these projects. We're underway across the board. As Mr Hayes has detailed, we're in a range of either delivery, signing off the funds to councils to deliver, or going through our own delivery. But on a more broad principle, when it comes to election commitments, certainly it's been made clear to me as Secretary that if during the course of delivery of any transport-related election commitments, if there was to be some impediment to delivery, cost, actual ability to make it happen, impact on the community, any of those things that were not foreseen when the commitment was made, then it should be raised and it would be considered by the government.
And you haven't had to do that as yet?
I've not had to do that, no.
Okay, if we could move on to some other topics. Can I ask about Armidale Road in Clarence? To whom? Mr Fuller?
In terms of the impact from natural disasters on the Kempsey Armidale Road? Or is
No, not quite that, but you can get to that as well if you'd like. I'm sort of more broad than that for these questions, but then we can go to that. But it's a really important road with a lot of traffic movements, yes?
Sorry, so just
it's
to clarify...
It's a really important road with a lot of traffic movements.
But which road are you? The
Armidale
Road?
Armidale Road.
So the one that runs from Grafton across to Armidale, up through Cootes Crossing, etc.
That's right.
Yep, I'm
sorry.
familiar with that road. Yep.
Sorry. So yes, a lot of traffic movements on that road.
It's a regional road. It has, a number of traffic communities. There's an important connection, particularly to the communities that are situated along it.
So coming to the point of being regional roads, the classification of it remains a state government responsibility?
No, my understanding is it's a regional road.
Correct.
And it's maintained by Clarence Valley Council.
So it's not being reclassified? Are there negotiations with council about that?
That's not something that sits in my space. I know that I'm certainly aware that council has sought on a couple of occasions for Transport to consider its classification.
So, Mr Hayes, are you able to answer
Yes,
that more directly?
it remains a council responsibility.
Council.
At this stage, they have certainly raised on numerous occasions that they believe it should be transferred. The Minister has tasked us with looking at road reclassification and making it a business as usual function within transport. So we're working through that project at the moment to be able to work with each council so they understand criteria, process, and how they would actually go about submitting a road for consideration. And that will work in both directions. There are some roads that are state roads that perhaps should be council roads and vice versa. And we're working through that process now.
So this particular road, you are at that stage of negotiations with the council around that?
No, not at this stage. What we're working on at the moment is to finalise the criteria and the process, and working with councils through that process so that they are involved in coming up with the process and the criteria.
Okay.
That is still several months of work ahead of us to finalise that process.
Okay, thank you. Now, so talking about the Armidale Road, the Kempsey to Armidale Road, Oxley, Northern Tablelands, and again, I'm not sure then, it's like Mr Fuller.
If it's a flood-related question, that would be Mr Fuller.
Okay, so an update of where that is and what's transpired.
Sure. So my understanding, and I should just say on the Armidale Road in the recent event, we were in contact with Clarence Valley Council about their ability to prioritise response to different sections of roads in their network, and we did offer on the basis of looking at what was happening around the network to assist them with support on Armidale Road. I should have mentioned that, and we were in discussions with the council, the local member, on that, just to do what we could to step in and help during a pretty intense period for all road network managers. So we didn't need to do that at that point, and we did say to them at that stage, the team, I guess the important thing to consider is we rely on about 60 councils to deliver work on the state road network for us. We operate a maintenance program that is delivered through a blended model, and we have the regional maintenance council contracts where we have almost half of our network under maintenance by councils. So it's very much a support structure that we share across the state with different councils. And at that time, particularly thinking about the priorities that the team were faced with that are based in Grafton, the Guida Highway would have taken precedent on any response that was required, even though we did say to Clarence Valley Council that we would assist them if we could. The Guida, simply the main reason for that is it's the primary B-double route that connects the east and west of the state. So I just thought I'd add that. On the Kempsey Armidale Road, my understanding at the moment is we've been working intently with Armidale Council to get the approval for their EPAR submission, so the Essential Public Asset Restoration submission with the Reconstruction Authority and NEMA. And that has been successful. That was approved late last year. They are working through at the moment the options for design and delivery. We've through my team been assisting them recently in discussions of delivery models for how the construction will be undertaken. You're talking about I think something like 45 kilometres of road that's impacted by multiple slips with very complex geotechnical work along that route. So it is a project that is going to take some time to deliver, but it's in good shape now in terms of having the availability of funding and moving into that important detailed design phase.
So I have the question here. So 43 kilometres of road, have we identified which area that is selected for works?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a detailed scope that has been submitted to the Reconstruction Authority and to NEMA that outlines that corridor and the large number of slope repairs and other surface restoration works that are required.
And so you don't really have, at this point, not feasible to have a time frame on that given the complexity of the work?
No, all I would say at this point is that project will run for some years. There's, as I said, the detailed design phase at the moment is the critical point that will, in terms of the construction method, how they would undertake the work on the varying aspects of that corridor, and that will help determine the timeframes. And I'm sure, we'll continue to support council with that. And I'm sure once they've got that better established, they're looking at, the constructability and the contractor base that they would go to for that. They would be sharing more information publicly about timeframes.
Okay, and working with council, yes, that's great to hear. Still got a few minutes, fortunately. So Northern Tablelands again, New England Highway and Puddle Dock Road intersection. Specifically, were safety issues around that intersection? Do you aware of that
I
one?
regret to advise I am not familiar with Puddle
With
Dock
the Puddle
Road.
Dock Road intersection. It's like I'm very disappointed,
I'm
Mr.
very-
Hayes.
I'd
How
have
could
to
we
take
not?
that one on notice, I'm
that
sorry.
would absolutely be an amount. So around that, just an update on the plans for the intersection, if we might be able to obtain that. And I think I have another one here as well on a similar one that might be a little more known to you because it's Goldfields Way and the Olympic Highway, Cootamundra Old Junee, and it's the same thing, the possibility, a little bit more niche perhaps, but to change the sign at the intersection of Goldfields Way and Olympic Highway from a give way to a stop sign. Apparently there's quite heavy flows of traffic and there are safety issues around all of that. Has that been presented to Transport for it to be looked into at this point? Has there been any representations from council about the signage?
I am not familiar with that, but obviously we have thousands, literally thousands. I would be very happy to take that on notice and report back.
I'm sure the member for Cootamundra will be very, very happy with me if you are able to do that. Now, there's another one. Intersections seem to be a big thing, obviously, when it comes to... So we've got Oxley, Vala Beach Road intersection, again. Has it been identified by Transport New South Wales as an intersection of concern?
Yes,
it has.
It certainly
So we've got,
has.
yes, one out of four.
And the local member is very passionate about this particular topic, and meetings have been had within the last few days.
Right.
Our commitment as short term is to reduce the speed zone to 60 kilometres an hour as a short term solution while we look at the longer term speed zone. But our view is that would be a more appropriate solution in the longer term. So we're working through that at the moment.
Well underway. Terrific. Yes. Excellent. It's sort of not a bad hit rate, I guess. So just finally, in my last minute and a half, when it comes to Tweed Light Rail, is there any progress on engagement with the Queensland Government about undertaking investigations into extending it further? Any progress? Any heads up? Any...
Again, I can take that one. A meeting was held earlier this week in Tweed, where discussions were held with our Queensland colleagues to look at a partnership model to work through sort of longer term planning.
Right.
So early days, but yes, we're talking to the Queenslanders about, I guess, again, more broadly about congestion solutions for that whole region. But that's obviously a key discussion point within those discussions.
Okay, that's great. Good to hear. And look, and I've still got 45 seconds, so very quickly, and I do have to make the declaration that I have the pleasure to be the patron of the Cooma Monero Railway Society, Transport for New South Wales Regional Rail Heritage Strategy. What's happening with it?
So we are looking at the way to meet our obligations under heritage legislation to preserve significant rail heritage that we have in New South Wales.
Yep.
We've been working to develop with heritage specialists from within Transport to develop a rail heritage strategy which aligns and takes into account asset maintenance and management, and we have developed that, and we're working with many of the assets are owned by TAM, and we're working with TAM to progress that. And obviously, we are working with Heritage New South Wales and the Heritage Council in relation to that as well. And John, I don't know if you've got anything to add.
No, maybe anything about readaptive use? So that's being looked at?
Absolutely.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry.
And look,
being looked
that's
at.
an appropriate strategy under that to look at
Great,
readaptive use.
Apologies,
No,
Chair.
all good, all good. This question, probably Ms. Webb or Mr. Carlin, actually. It's about how pedestrian crossings for local communities, when local communities request them and they're on state roads, how are they assessed?
Actually, it's probably something that's better dealt with by our operational people.
Happy at a broad level to respond that we have a large number of safety experts that spend their life assessing various requests and proposals that come in. So again, if a proposal were to arrive to assess the concept of a pedestrian crossing, our people would look at that.
Okay, I've just got an example then that's come to me from a constituent that about repeated requests from Bungendore residents for a safe pedestrian crossing on Kings Highway in the town centre. Apparently these have been denied. There's Bungendore Public School, which is currently accommodating high school students until 2026. That's located on the highway. Why do you think that request has been refused to install a pedestrian crossing on Kings Highway, particularly after, the evidence or how they're assessed to lead the state government to say, no, we're not going to put a pedestrian crossing there?
I don't know that one specifically, so I'm happy to take that on notice. As a broader response, though, there are a number of guidelines that we obviously use. A highway is a different conversation to any other kind of road. So sometimes it's a matter of balancing, what is the appropriate safety response. But I'm very happy to take that one on notice and come back to you.
That particular example.
Yep.
So obviously the broader question around what the how they're assessed, generally the process for that, and then specifically about why Bungendore that request was rejected. Community transport is the next thing that people are talking to me about. I think we've asked this a number of times, residents, regional New South Wales needing to travel to medical appointments. This is from the same constituent, the same area, so this time it's Braidwood, that their community transport system service has apparently collapsed due to what was a reliance on volunteer drivers, and clearly something that's unsustainable over the longer term. So where's it up to in terms of government support for community transport solutions, particularly in smaller regional areas and those transport solutions that regional residents rely upon so much to get to medical appointments and other things?
I might start if Ms. Wise wants to add in anything. The starting point for this is that community transport it is a real challenge in regional communities, particularly as we're seeing a lot of the taxi drivers retire as they get older, etc. And it is a real challenge.
Yes, I was going to get to
community
taxi services,
transport. Yes, community transport is certainly one solution of many in the mix. And then finding bus drivers is actually an extraordinary challenge in the regions on an ongoing basis. So there are a number of issues with it. We have a relatively modest budget to support various community transport initiatives throughout the state.
What's that budget?
I would have to take that on notice. I don't have that number in front of me. But it's a real focus for us to try and see where we can step in and provide support. We've recently actually engaged and set up a working group with our colleagues in health to talk about are there opportunities for us to team up and work on this challenge together, because it's quite often a conversation about helping people get to medical appointments, and it may well be that if we work on it together, we can provide a broader number of solutions that get people to go shopping when they need to get their groceries, but also allow them to get to medical appointments. So we're very focused on trying to work with health and with other departments to try and find solutions, but it is genuinely, it's a real challenge.
So that's the community transport situation, which isn't great. I think I've asked about the wheelchair accessible taxis in the regions as well. There was an emergency funding package that was announced in December. Have we started seeing any improvements as a result of that package, or is it too soon to say?
So that package was announced in December, but the rollout of that package is only just commencing now. So we haven't seen outcomes from that new package as of yet.
Okay, because I think it was the last, maybe it was the one before that actually, in terms of the data around the numbers of wheelchair accessible taxis, which I think may have been 12 months ago, it may have been 6 months ago, the figures weren't great and were declining. Is that still the case in terms of the number of taxis as well as drivers, and specifically wheelchair accessible at this point? Do you have the figures there?
Yeah, so they've declined by a third in the last 5 years, and currently there are 625 registered wheelchair accessible taxis.
Do you have the breakdown for the last 12 months, Ms Webb, or the
I'm
breakdown
afraid
year by
I'll
year
have
maybe
to
table?
take that question on notice, that breakdown.
Okay, and is it from that 5-year figure, and sorry, I don't have the statistics in front of me in terms of what I asked last time, but just do you know whether it's still declining at the same rate?
Look, I'm aware that it is continuing to decline and it is challenging, which is the reason for the emergency funding package that's been put in place, and the reason for that key findings report. But I'll have to take on notice the year-on-year decline.
Okay.
So the advice that we have had from those communities and also the delivery groups was that COVID was the biggest contributor to the decline in local providers just not being able to continue that during the lockdown years. That saw a lot of people exit. So as Ms Webb says, while the decline is continuing, it is probably on a slightly lower rate than what we saw on the previous few years.
Right, which would incorporate, that's that 5-year period. Yeah, thank you. Mr Hayes, so with the strategic regional integrated transport plans, regardless of the community consultation and feedback, I suppose, are there principles that the department will meet around, for example, accessibility, and I'll put active transport, kind of connection integrated active transport in there as a kind of principle of a good strategic transport plan, so that communities can know that as part of these plans there will be targets to improve the numbers of, whether it's, I think wheelchair accessible taxis need to be improved, but also those kind of smaller community transport solutions. Is that, can communities be guaranteed that in terms of what are some of the founding basic principles that you say, well, these are, not negotiable, they'll be a part of every plan?
They'll certainly be a part of every conversation for every plan, that I guess the different outcomes for each plan. One of the things we're trying to do is view the plan from a different perspective and say, right, what are the housing needs? What are the Aboriginal engagement needs? What are the education needs? What are the health needs? And so don't just look at it purely from a transport perspective, but try to look at it with different eyes. So engage with different parts of government, different parts of community, and have the conversation from their perspective and try and include that into the plans. So that's a very good example for areas where there's a real challenge with public transport. that should be the key focus rather than a conversation about infrastructure. You've got to have both, obviously, but it's trying to reflect what the key priorities are, and in some instances it may well be, are there opportunities for community transport or other things that should be closer to the top of the list?
Yes, so just in terms of starting at a level of principles behind the plan, I think you said, yes, we're having conversations. They may be in conversations about the plan, but the question was, will they be in the plan? I think, like across the whole state, every regional community clearly will have increasing need in terms of older people, growing population, ageing population, the health of the population needing to get to medical services. And if it's not, I see a fair bit on the government's website about that will be incorporated in these plans for regional transport. So I suppose the question is surely accessibility and having transport to get people who need it, elderly people who don't have a car, has to be a core principle, like one of the fundamental aspects of each plan.
Yes, and in fact the plan must necessarily reflect the government's priorities, so housing, renewable energy, transport equity, those are key principles that need to be incorporated into the plan, yes.
Okay, thanks Mr Hayes. Mr Benazia.
Thank you, Chair. Just going to some questions that were asked in last budget estimates around Energy Co and oversize, overmass vehicle movements. Just want to get a sense of how accurate the current projections are for those oversize, overmass vehicle movements based on what you've been provided in terms of developer planning documents.
That would be me.
That would be you.
So we will have daily partnership discussions with Energy Co, and we're also working very closely with a number of the proponents, that are engaged with Energy Co. It is a massive undertaking, which is now being addressed very seriously at a whole of government level, and a number of whole of government steercos that are looking at the challenge. The timelines are very steep, and it's happy to answer any more specific questions, but yes, very focused on that, and we have an ever increasing team that's working on it in partnership with Energy Co to make sure we get it done.
Okay, so just to go to some specifics, what are some specific modifications or reinforcements we're looking at for Denham Bridge to accommodate those loads?
Again, that's a very specific question.
I have a bad habit of going into the weeds.
I might have to come back to you with specific examples of what we're doing on a specific bridge. But certainly, for the first round of work, we've identified there are 19 pain points along the route that need to be dealt with. So we're working with Energy Co to make sure that the oversized, overmass movements can get there where they need to get there, but also work with the councils in between to make sure that we're taking into account the impact that we're likely to have on those local communities.
Okay, and on notice, are you able to provide those pain points or pinch points?
Yes.
Okay.
Happy to.
I can also share, we've got a project in the Hunter, the Hexham Strait project. We've also undertaken some oversized, overmass intersection upgrades that supports both the delivery of that project and the M1 to Raymond Terrace project, but its primary purpose is actually to leave that legacy of better OSA movements through that corridor, which of course supports Energy Co in their endeavours.
Sure,
and that's been delivered already. I think just last week we saw a 70-metre bridge truss go through that new infrastructure, so it is working.
Okay, thank you for that. And just, Mr. Hayes, if possible, when you're coming back on details on Denham Bridge, just if the modifications aren't feasible, what alternative routes is the department considering to ensure those oversized, overmass vehicles can get to where they need to go? Would be great.
If I can take that on notice.
Thank you. Who can I speak to about the regional rail network and axle loads? Who would that be?
That'd be me.
That would be, thank you. So my understanding is we're looking to upgrade the axle load to obviously deal with the more modern locomotives. That's correct? Is it we're considering that?
There is work. There is work to consider that, yes.
Okay. It's my understanding there's 6 routes that we're considering. Is that right? Or
I'd have to take the exact number and which one's on notice.
okay, sure. Yeah. So if you could take on notice what specific sections you are considering to upgrade, and whether those enhancements will achieve that 25-tonne axle load capacity, which I think is what some of constituents are asking me about, particularly New South Wales farmers are concerned about that upgrade. Do you have a timeline for this work?
No, they're still in the planning phase at the moment for that work.
Okay. Is there a specific funding stream for that planning, or is it just part of day-to-day business?
At the moment, it's part of the normal planning processes.
Okay. So you have you probably have no estimated costs for what that might entail?
No.
No.
And in the interim, whilst that's going on, we still have train operating condition waivers that we can use as well, which allows us to get higher axle loads across the network as well. We may reduce speed, we may change the dimensions of that, but we do have those options available to us as well to move heavier freight if needed, depending on, it depends on the route itself and the condition of the assets on that route.
Yeah, okay. So how often would you be making those
The train operators
adjustments?
So the train operators, if they have an unusual load they want to move or changes they want to make, they would submit that through to the rail infrastructure manager and ourselves.
Okay.
And we would assess those on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. And so how early would they have to do that? Like how responsive is that process?
It depending on the route, it depends on how long it would take to achieve that. Some routes would be quite easy to do the assessment, others are quite difficult, especially if it spans across multiple rail infrastructure managers, because it may be wanting to travel across the ARTC network as well as the country regional network. So we need to look at it on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. And this project to upgrade the TL, how is that going to work in and around the Inland Rail project? I know Inland Rail's federal, but is there any connections there, or?
Sorry, I just missed the start of that question.
So the look to upgrade the axle load, is that to bring it in line with what's happening with Inland Rail more, or is it any connections with Inland Rail?
It's to do with the integration of the overall network, rail network, so it depends which rail networks are connecting where across the state. So we do it on the case-by-case basis.
Okay.
Mr. Banasiak,
yes.
Just following up on Denman.
Yes.
So the proposed route is to use Waibong Road for the western section and Bengala in Muswellbrook.
Yeah.
And we have actually offered Muswellbrook Council that we will take back reclassification. We'll take back classification and make those state roads to take the burden away from the council. So we'll look after those roads.
Oh, okay.
To make that work.
Yeah, sure. And was that based on the data you gathered from those machine learning cameras, or was that a decision made before?
That was made before.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So how long have the machine learning cameras been there on Bengala Road?
Not too sure.
Okay. So are you gathering data on that daily, weekly, monthly? What's the process with those?
Anybody? No, we'd have to take that one on notice, I think.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Banasiak,
Yes.
I can advise on Golden Highway Heavy Vehicle Inspection Station.
Yes.
So the civil works for that project completed in 2023,
Yes.
and that involved and there was $7 million expended to deliver the enabling civil works. then we've spent an additional $4 million on the infrastructure and technology for the heavy vehicle compliance monitoring, and that work was completed in November 24. So the works that have been installed include a weighbridge, office amenities, lighting for night work, electronic speed reduction down to 80 kilometres an hour, and then station open and close signage, and underground pipes and conduits to allow for expansion from the current monitoring level to up to a more sophisticated monitoring level. And then we've also got highway avoidance cameras.
Okay. And is that operational 24 hours, 7 days a week, or does he mention open and closed?
So we've handed the site over to the NHVR, so I would ask them to advise on that.
Okay.
And they're doing some test runs at the moment of the facility, and the idea is that it will go live in mid-April.
Okay, thank you for that. I won't take my 30 seconds.
Okay, let's go to the opposition. Mr. Fang.
Thank you. And how much time have we got? We've got 5 minutes? 2.5 minutes?
Yeah.
Perfect. Mr. Murray, help me out here. Say you're a regular bloke from regional New South Wales and you buy a brand new caravan from interstate. You go and pick up said caravan, brand new from the manufacturer, interstate, and you bring it back to New South Wales. If you were to purchase it in New South Wales, you could just get it registered and away you go. If you bring it back, even though it's brand new from the manufacturer, you have to get a blue slip for your brand new caravan before you can register it. Is that, do you think, the best use of time, not only for the person buying the caravan or for the Service New South Wales staff that have to then process that?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Fang. I'm going to ask Ms. Webb to assist me on this one.
Yeah, look, I'm afraid I'll have to take the specifics of caravan registration on notice.
It's not sort of the typical question I would have thought to ask either until I had to go through the process. And I must say it is somewhat frustrating. So just in relation to the way that interstate transfers occur, obviously if you're buying a second-hand car or a caravan, it would make sense that it has to be inspected when it returns or comes to New South Wales, so that it can we can be certain that we're not allowing other states' junk into our beautiful New South Wales countryside. But when it's brand new, is there not a way that we can manage that process a bit better?
So we do have risk-based regulatory principles built into the way in which we undertake regulation, and we're always revisiting our settings. So I will pass that request onto the team to have a look, and I might be able to come back to you with the rules that we've got in New South Wales for cross-jurisdictional purchases, and also whether there's whether there are opportunities to refine.
I'll phrase a statement as a question, but wouldn't it make more sense that if the manufacturer or the importer certifies that it satisfies New South Wales requirements, that should be enough in order for somebody to take that vehicle to a Service New South Wales centre and just have it registered without having to go through the whole rigmarole of bringing it back and then booking in for a blue slip to literally just get it inspected and then wander back down to the thing when you're trying to get to a by-election. It can be somewhat annoying.
Okay, that was a comment, was it?
It was, yeah.
Okay, all right. Mr. Carlin, I think this is yours, saving lives on country roads. Is that yes? We'll see how we go.
Yep. So Safer Country Roads program. Yep.
Yes. Okay. So why is there, when you look at the initiative, there doesn't seem to be on the website like anything specifically about reducing speeds on kind of, dangerous curves in the road, black spots. There seems to be, there's the tactile line marking. You're very familiar with all of them, I'm sure. But there doesn't seem to be anything about speed. Is there a reason?
It is included in that program, and major projects actually, like the Oxley Highway example that we have on our website, demonstrate both a combination of speed zone reductions and infrastructure upgrades. So a combination of those treatments actually do get assessed and implemented in the program. In terms of the broader sort of speed zone reduction numbers and speed zone reviews, so just in 24-25 there was a total of 485 speed zone reviews conducted across the network. Over the last 5 years, that's around 2,750 speed zone reviews.
Do you have
that were
the breakdown for regional New South Wales compared
yes,
to
so in the
urban?
regions, that total for the 5-year period was 2,085 speed zone reviews that were conducted. Of those, there were 87 where the speed zone was increased. There were 537 in the metro, the decrease was 1,422 in regional New South Wales. And so out of all of those speed zone reviews, there was no change in 588 speed zone reviews. So they are integrated both in the Towards Zero Safer Roads program, but then there are a whole range of speed zone reviews that are done based on community requests, local government requests, and police and other agencies as well.
Okay, all right, thank you. 2 seconds, we won't ask another question. We will now break for afternoon tea. Thank you very much. We'll be back at 3:45. Great. Welcome back. We'll go to questions straight away from the opposition. Ms Nicole Overall.
Thank you, Chair. Could I ask just a couple of questions about the Captain's Flat Rail Corridor Remediation Project?
That would be me. Yep.
Terrific. Thanks, Mr Hardwick. Where is it at the moment?
So with the Captain's Flat area, obviously, with the whole Lake George mine as well, it's with Regional New South Wales who are still doing the work. So we were looking at the remediation, and they've got a cell they need to install. And with that cell, we're ready to go to move the contaminated material into that cell.
Yep.
But Regional New South Wales are still working on getting that cell ready. We don't expect that to be ready from them till later this calendar year.
Right. And what about the corridor? Because I understand that there's also issues with that contamination potentially spreading to along the corridor to Bungendore.
Yeah, so there's the 34 kilometres of that obviously has varying levels of contamination along that corridor from the movement of the coal from there. So it has varying levels, and it has spread into a number of locations. We continue to do our environmental assessments of that corridor, and as soon as we're able to move the material out of the corridor that's contaminated, we'll be moving it to the cell.
And the area at Bungendore, at the railway station itself, that's been fenced off for at least the last 2 years, is that under Regional New South Wales or under Transport?
So we're holding, that is ours,
right,
at the train station, and we're waiting for that cell to be able to remediate the land. So there'll be a number of spots right along that corridor.
And so where the men's shed is operating as well along that corridor is still impacted by that too?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that. Again, really quickly about e-scooters. The New South Wales Centre for Road Safety recommended e-scooters be limited to a maximum speed of 10 kilometres per hour on shared pathways. Transport for New South Wales is currently considering 20 kilometres per hour, and Portfolio Committee number 6, chaired by the Honourable Kate Fairman, recommended a 15 kilometre per hour speed limit. Which one's it going to be?
Ms Webb.
So we have we gave evidence at that committee. We've received the committee report. We chair a whole of government e-micro-mobility working group, which is considering all of the recommendations, and we'll be making advice. We'll be giving advice to government in the response, and that will be considered by government and released in due course. The due date for that is in May.
May. Okay, so not a decision on that till May. Okay, thank you. Again, another quick one. Harrington Coopernuck overpass. So there was, in 2021, New South Wales Nationals in government committed to an interchange with an overpass that connects over the Pacific Highway, where that project is up to.
That should be me. Apologies. Sworn I had that information. I'm sorry, I don't have any. Can I take that on notice?
Yep, certainly, thank you.
My apologies.
And coming back to the freight policy reform that I raised with the Minister, who was...
Yes, I'll take that initially.
Mr Murray. So an interim directions paper has been released.
That's correct.
Is that correct? And the document talks about optimising the grain rail network. What does that mean in that context?
I will direct you to Mr Hardwick.
Yeah, so a lot of that is, at the moment, from a policy reform, it's looking to see that we can deal with the grain industry. And in a few locations now, we're starting to put sidings in and working with industry to put sidings in, so no longer do filling on the main lines.
Yep.
So there's a couple of those installs that are happening at the moment as part of that, trying to optimise the grain movements across the state.
So that is about optimising and clearly making as efficient as possible. It won't mean closing grain lines down?
There was nothing in the optimising that I've just talked about closing lines down. No.
Okay, that's terrific. Thank you very much. Now, one final quick one for me, please. You may or may not be familiar with Bobian Road, down past Adaminaby, stretching up to the ACT border. It was a $20 million project to seal that, $5 million, which is supposed to be an additional commitment from the ACT government that I think has been removed.
Shame.
But shame. ACT Labor government, I should say. Just wondering if we have any details on where Bobian Road is at and the work that still needs to be completed.
I'm sorry, I'll have to take that one on notice as well.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Mr. Cullen, we were speaking earlier about how the sites were chosen for the average speed camera trials. I'll put that to one side for a moment, but just in relation to the assessment that will occur in relation to the trial, I made a comment about if there is a death in that Gundagai to Kulak area that where there hasn't been a recorded fatality for quite a number of years, will that mean that there's been a failure of the project? How are you going to assess the outcomes from this trial?
Yeah, so I'd first answer your question by saying no. We have a network of average speed cameras across New South Wales that where there continue to be fatal crashes where those cameras exist, but they have led to a 44% reduction in fatal crashes involving heavy vehicles. And so one fatal crash doesn't necessarily mean that those average speed cameras have not saved significant numbers of lives with that 44% reduction. In terms of evaluation, there will be an independent contract for independent evaluation of the road safety benefits associated with the trial. And so naturally, one of the key elements of assessing whether or not a trial to manage the average speed of vehicles travelling over the network would be to assess whether there's a significant reduction in people speeding on average over that part of the network, and then a whole range of other individual vehicle types, vehicle speeds, time of day, other associated risks which will be taken into account as part of that overall evaluation. So that will commence essentially immediately, and we'll be appointing an independent evaluator to evaluate that with the right sort of experience. We've seen in other jurisdictions like Norway, where there's been a 49% reduction in fatalities of all vehicles across their network of average speed, and I think it's a 36% reduction in the UK. We would expect that safety will improve.
Okay. So when these projects are looked to be pushed out, we always get those outlier results that are identified by the proponents. So, for example, in this relation to this proposal, you've identified Norway and the UK. Could I ask, have you done any work in looking at jurisdictions where they haven't had that level of reduction?
So they are the two jurisdictions which have done comprehensive evaluations of their network, and so that's obviously we rely on those sorts of comprehensive independent evaluations from those jurisdictions, and there are some not as comprehensive, but some evaluations that have been done on trials in Western Australia, which also demonstrated a safety benefit.
Okay.
And certainly from our own camera programs, which have been operating for many years in this jurisdiction, there's very clear trauma reduction benefits that have been published on an annual basis in New South Wales.
How many jurisdictions across the world that you're aware of operate average speed cameras for light vehicles?
Take that on notice. It's the total number, but there are more than those jurisdictions that I've just mentioned.
Obviously,
and of course across Australia, I think there are only 2 jurisdictions that don't operate. But again, I'll take that on notice and be able to provide back to the committee the total numbers.
Okay.
And all of those jurisdictions, New South Wales is the only jurisdiction in the world that doesn't use our average speed camera network for the enforcement of light vehicles.
Okay. So you've obviously got those detailed studies about Norway and the UK. Surely you must have done some analysis or even base level about other jurisdictions. Where are they in relation to what's the average reduction that you see from a average speed camera program?
Oh, look, again, I can take that on notice. Those 2 jurisdictions really are the most comprehensive evaluations that have been done.
Mm-hmm.
As I mentioned, there have been other studies in smaller scale. Western Australia is one example that I'm aware of.
Yep.
But be happy to provide the committee that additional information.
I would be fascinated to read it. The reason I ask that is because obviously I guess there's now an expectation that those numbers are being put on the table. There's between a 30 to 40% reduction if we're looking at the UK or Norway in those fatality numbers. What would happen if we're during this trial, or even if we were to implement it across our whole average speed camera network and we weren't to see anywhere near that number of reductions in fatalities? So say we're at 5 or 10%, or even, heaven forbid, that it actually increases in the number of fatalities, year on year. What would that mean then?
Well, I don't think that. I mean, that's a hypothetical. Clearly,
it is a hypothetical.
The
but
position that we're in at the moment is that we are conducting a trial. It'll start on the 1st of May. There'll be a 2-month warning letter period and then a 12-month enforcement period for all vehicles. And based on the independent evaluation of that trial, that information will be provided to government. And then no doubt there'll be consideration about options as to whether that would be an effective way to continue to use average speed cameras for all vehicles. I'd also note that 79% of all fatalities and serious injuries across the existing 31 average speed camera enforcement lengths don't involve heavy vehicles. So there's a significant burden of trauma that's already there across that network. We're clearly hoping that this trial gives sufficient evidence that it's effective in reducing the risk.
I guess what I'm seeking to do is foreshadow what I expect will be the responses from government if it's the case that we were to implement this across the whole system and not see the reduction in fatality numbers like those you've identified in the 2 major studies being UK and Norway. So I guess if there was, say, only a 5 or a 10% reduction, and you've got those 2 major studies indicating that you'll get somewhere between 30 and 40%, I would expect that the government would say to us, well, you see, what we didn't do was look at all the speed cameras across all jurisdictions, and the average is sitting about 10%, and we're sort of there, so this is successful. Now, I'm only giving that background because what I'm seeking to do is to say, I've asked these questions now, and I'm asking for the numbers, and I know you've taken it on notice, but where we've sought to interrogate the numbers as a whole, not just cherry pick 1 or 2 jurisdictions, how are we going to judge the effectiveness if we haven't done that work and we're only looking at those 2 jurisdictions? Do you see where I'm seeking to...
So I suppose for clarity, they are the only 2 jurisdictions that have actually published comprehensive evaluations of their average speed camera network.
But I'm sure you would be able to look at jurisdictions that have done, and I mean, I imagine this is the very purpose of the whole road safety, the Centre for Road Safety, is that you look at data from across the world in any number of ways, but I'm sure that jurisdictions would have pre-post fatality figures from when before they've implemented the system, after they've implemented the system, and what that data, even if it's not a peer-reviewed, fully scientific study, you would have some idea as to the average of across the jurisdictions that have implemented this, where it sits.
Yeah, again, happy to provide the committee additional information. It's in many instances the average speed camera networks are relatively new compared to the fixed cameras which started in the late 70s, 80s in other jurisdictions, but happy to look to those other jurisdictions for published data that they may have. Again, just reiterate that the only two significant studies that we're aware of internationally that are comprehensive evaluations are those two in Norway and the UK.
And I might actually take the Minister up on her offer of coming in. I might actually come out to the Centre for Road Safety one day if the invitation is there, and I would like to...
Be more than happy to.
Because I do have quite an interest in this outside of some of the questions we can ask in budget estimates. Just in relation to that and some of the studies that the Centre for Road Safety does, you indicated that you would have an independent reviewer to look at the program once the trial's completed. I'm trying to reconcile here. The Parliament's just had an inquiry in relation to outside experts, and we keep hearing from ministers in both houses how they want to try and bring in more expertise into the public service and within our departments. Surely the Centre for Road Safety must have enough expertise and ability to conduct these assessments without independent assessment. How much would it cost to have that independent assessment done instead of having the Centre for Road Safety to provide the data?
Again, happy to take that on notice in terms of costs. Many of our program evaluations, based on best practice, are done independently by independently qualified research agencies that either in academia or commercial that provide that arm's length evaluation skill and are qualified to do that at that level. And so, many of the studies that have been done over the years in relation to road safety have actually been done independently, and certainly the academic rigour behind those in order to provide quality evidence for decision making within government is the rationale for outsourcing to those independently qualified academic institutions and others that actually do that work.
Mm-hmm. Has the Minister... is the Minister aware that that's the plan in relation to the way that it will be assessed? And has the Minister asked at all to minimise the spending on external agencies or external experts, given that seems to be the government position at the moment?
That question hasn't been raised with me.
Mr. Murray?
We have a practice which is to get the highest quality independent evaluation processes done, and they're available in the marketplace. We don't have that necessarily that independent capacity within the Centre for Road Safety itself.
Okay.
Transport has a significant program to reduce the amount of external consultancy in the organisation, which we've been very successful over the last 2 financial years in driving that number down. As Mr. Carlon had said, areas like independent analysis of road safety numbers, we would always want to ensure we use the appropriate scientific skill set to supplement transport skills.
Mm-hmm. Do you have an expected cost of what this is going to be lumbered on the taxpayer?
Again, we wouldn't see it as being lumbered because it's
No,
part
those
of
are my
the,
words, but,
it's part of the trial, and we would want to assess it properly.
So will that be
no, we
funded?
haven't gone to market for that work.
Will that be funded from the, I guess, road safety fund that goes where all speed and traffic offence funding goes into?
So all of our research and evaluation program and our data programs are funded by the Community Road Safety Fund, yes.
Right.
Okay, well, I am officially out of questions. Mr. Banasiak?
I'm tapped out.
Tapped out, and let's just see if there's any additional questions from the opposition members.
I have a little bit of information on Puddle Dock Road, if I can.
How can we? Yeah,
someone's been on Google Maps. Here we go. Yep.
So we are targeting a completion date for that work by March, April 2026. It's a $9.6 million project, 50-50 arrangement with the Australian government. So both putting in 4.8. And the intersection in question will be upgraded to allow a separate right turn into Puddle Dock Road, which will improve the safety of the intersection. And it will be strengthening and repairing road sealing, new line markings, road safety barriers, raised road markers, improving and extending the drainage, and looking at roadside signage as well.
Users of Puddle Dock Road, no doubt, thank you.
Indeed.
Gratefully.
What happened to 80/20?
Excellent. Order. Is there anything further?
There was a question you asked earlier on in the proceedings regarding the increase in registration and licensing for motorcycles, and
yes,
since 2005 we've seen a 60 to 61% increase in both the registrations of motorcycles on the network and licence holders.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Mr. Cullen.
And Mr. Fang, I just wanted to confirm that under Section 8 of the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund Act, that governs how the expenditure can be reallocated, which sits with the Treasurer.
Yes.
And we have confirmation from Transport that we received confirmation at Transport from Treasury that the projects were included in that fund and we could proceed on that basis.
So just in terms of that, when you say the projects, are we talking about the fund as was given to the Parliamentary Budget Office for assessment, or are we talking about the 28 individual projects that were actually, I guess, rolled out, that are being rolled out and funded at the moment?
Well, those elements were in the fund to be costed up at the current level that they're going out. My advice is that they were all approved to proceed under that funding basis.
Okay. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Questions from government members?
No government questions?
No government questions.
Oh.
All right. Thank you very much. So on that note, we all have an early mark. So thank you so much for appearing. As usual, the Secretariat will be in touch in relation to the questions you took on notice and whether there will be any supplementary questions, which no doubt there will be as well. Thanks, Mr. Murray and all. Appreciate it. Thank you. That's the end of our session today.